proceeding time for somebody else on 17. Oh, let me give you this one.
Welcome, everybody, to our meeting, our regular meeting of Monday, September the 26th. We will begin with roll call, please.
Councilmember Sanchez Palacios.
Here.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Halter.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Schrader.
Here.
Mayor Rubicalva.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you very much. And we will now continue with the Pledge of Allegiance. All rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and we will now continue with a special presentation from members of the Ventura Tree Alliance. And for that, we have Christy Weir and Barbara Brown.
So my name is Barbara Brown, and I'm the co-founder with Christy Weir of the Ventura Tree Alliance. We have a slideshow, very short slideshow.
It's coming.
Just 1 second, my apologies.
Okay, no problem. Oh, there it is. So on Arbor Day, the Ventura Tree Alliance and nearly 100 volunteers, members of the communities, dignitaries, moms and dads, and little kids planted 65 trees along the bike path in near West Park in Ventura. Through the partnership with West Coast Arborist and the City of Ventura's Urban Forestry Division, we also hosted a workshop that talked about why these trees were chosen and the best way to plant for long-term sustainability. So for that event, we were given the California Urban Forestry Council's Special Project Award. So out of all of California, we were selected to get this great award. And we want to thank everyone who participated and came to the event. I know some of you were there. We also want to thank the city employees, Nancy O'Connor, Mike Malore, and Andy Torres for their assistance. Christy and I went to the site about a week ago, and the trees are flourishing. And that's due to the West Coast Arborist group who is maintaining and watering those trees. So when those trees are fully mature, they will provide shade for the walkers and bikers. They'll provide habitat for birds and other creatures. They'll cool the air through evapotranspiration. And so it's a great project that we were so excited to be a part of. Christy's going to talk a little bit about our next event, which is Oaktober.
Can you put up the next slide? These are from last year. Oaktober is sort of a new name for the month of October. And what's great about October here in Ventura and the county and Southern California is the perfect time to plant oak trees. So last year, that's the picture of the community park at Kimball. The bike path that goes along the east side of the park, west side of the park, is not shaded at all. And there's benches all along that are not shaded. So what we did last year was we planted 20 new oak trees, 10 valley oak, and 10 coastal live oak. And we had a lot of volunteers, as you can see, come and do the planting. And they are also thriving. The city and West Coast Arborists are taking really good care of them. They've almost doubled in size, and they're actually providing shade already after 1 year. So next slide. So you're all invited to come We are having another planting. This time, we are also celebrating California Clean Air Day. So Clean Air Day is on October 5th. It is the day every year that we celebrate ways to keep our air clean, and the Ventura Tree Alliance actually got a grant this year from the Clean Air Association in order to help plant these trees. So we're going to be planting 20 more oak trees along there. And we invite the public and council members to come help us out, 10 o'clock on October 5th. And we'll have about 2 hours worth of hard work planting those trees. And also, Barbara and I are privileged to be able to go. The California Urban Forest Council is a statewide agency, and they have a conference every year to teach people about urban forestry. And because we won the best project of the year for the whole state, we're able to go pick up our award at this conference next week. So we'll make sure and bring it back and show you. It's good exposure for our city to be able to get the money and kind of attention on what we're doing with urban forestry here. So thank you for the time, and we hope to see you on the 5th out at the community park. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on the award. Well received and well-deserved, that award. So congratulations. We look forward to continue to see all of the great work that the Ventura Tree Alliance will continue to do. Thank you. And next on our agenda, we have our closed session report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. We did have closed session tonight on the items on the agenda, and there are no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we have our city council communications. And I will go ahead and just make a brief comment. Last week, I delivered the annual State of the City address, which was hosted by the Ventura Chamber of Commerce at the Crown Plaza. And there were hundreds of community members in the audience. And it was good to reconnect with our local business community. And as done in years past, I will provide the same presentation and the same materials shared during the chamber event. I will present that at our public meeting, at the council meeting on October 10th at 6 p.m. And just to clarify some misinformation that was shared last week on social media, this presentation has always been planned to share with the public during a council meeting. This is part of our annual process. In fact, I remember when I first came on the council, I sat right in that seat next to Mayor Lavier as he delivered his State of the City presentation. And so I want to make sure that we share this wonderful presentation with everyone in the community. And we want to tell the story of the city's progress over the past year. And so I invite everyone to watch or attend our next council meeting here in person. And if anybody would like to access the presentation slides or the video, because we have a video recording from the chamber event, you can visit our city's website at cityofventura.ca.gov/stateofthecity. And you can find all the information there. And also the presentation slides will also be translated into Spanish so that we can have that information available as well for our next meeting. And I just want to say a big thank you to the Chamber for hosting the city, and also to CAPS Media for recording the event and making it available on the city's YouTube channel and public access TV. CAPS has been a wonderful partner in this effort, recording State of the City presentations in the past as well. So we want to thank everybody for their participation and their support in this presentation. And with that, we will take other comments from council members. We have Councilmember Johnson, followed by Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. McDonald, can you pull up my slide, please? First, I'd like to thank everybody who came to the Civic Book Club that happened this last week and hosted by the Westside Community Council, and I'd like to thank the Westside Community Council for hosting it. What we have there, if you can just play the video, preferably without sound. It was a very windy day. But here we have everybody, and we're talking about comparing the model of community land trusts versus what the Housing Authority could do when it comes to making the city more affordable. It was a great turnout. I got to meet new people, and I know that the author sold a fair number of books in the city of Ventura. And so I'm grateful to everybody for being involved, that we can have such an informed discourse on the topic. Can we get the next slide, please? Okay, so I will not be able to do a meet and greet this week. Normally I do some sort of meet and greet the few days following a council meeting. I can't this time. The next opportunity will be October 11th at, it's a Tuesday, at Snapper Jacks. I should point out the one in the college area. I forget that there are others now. Then on Saturday, October 15th, we'll do another Saturday cleanup. This time we'll meet at Carl's Jr. on Victoria. What we do there, of course, we pick up trash, we clean up graffiti, we get rid of the stickers. And I will tell you, it is heartening, because now that we've been doing it for a while, when I go back to the areas where we've had the cleanup, they're staying clean. And so I will say, I think District 3 is looking a lot better. On Wednesday, October 26th, that will be 2 days after a council meeting. We'll do another sort of community chat, a meet and greet at Rincon Brewery. Now, for these community chats, as always, if you ride the bus or walk, I will treat you to something. At Snapper Jacks, it would probably be a taco. At Rincon Brewery, it could be a cold beverage. And we're still working on an October book club. Don't know exactly what the book will be. I promise it will be short. It will be a topic other than housing. If you'd like to get on the list and get notified when the date is set up, it would be one of probably the 22nd or 23rd of October, but it might be the weekend after. If you'd like to get on the list, be sure to contact me. My contact information is at the top of the slide. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mayor.
And now we have Councilmember Brown, followed by Councilmember Halter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just wanted to say that we had our first GPAC of a long hiatus that we had, and I believe we had a lot of people in the room. We had rigorous discussion. We opened it up to the public to ask as many questions as they wanted to about the land use designations, and I think we're off to a good start. I would encourage you to continue to stay engaged and to go to planventura.com and complete surveys, continue to show up to our plan driver meetings as we move on to the next plan driver after this. So thank you for those who showed up, and continue with the questions. And I just want to lean into the fact that I welcome decisions or opinions or thoughts that aren't congruent with mine. I feel like that's what makes the public discourse exciting and balanced. So thank you. I also want to say we had our Economic Strategic Planning Committee. I think that was our first after the break as well. And I'm really excited to report, and I don't know if you wanted to talk about it, Doug is now the chair of that committee. I'm the co-chair. That we're doing a strategic planning process in order to identify economic development initiatives or visions for the future, in the same that we do for GPAC. So I'm excited about that. And then as the city's delegate to SCAG, I was recently appointed to the Legislative Committee, the Racial Justice Committee, and the Climate Resiliency Committee. There's a lot of committees. As many of you may or may not know, there's 35 committees city-side that we must sit on and divvy up between the 7 of us. But there's also a multiplicity of committees outside of the dais in the city that we also must be a part of. And when we get on there, there's subcommittees, so there's committees in committees. So, you know, the work is exciting, and I want to be a part, so I make room. And the last thing I just want to say is that on this past weekend, Montalvo Community Council hosted and commissioned with a grant a Montalvo mural dedication celebration, because someone by the name of, I believe her name is Miss Kelly, she actually created the art. She's an artist, and she did the mural for the whole entire wall, and I wish I had thought to put it on a PowerPoint and show it to everybody, maybe another meeting. And Cassie Lawhead helped spearhead that, and under the leadership of Mark Abbey as chair of the Montalvo Community Council. They had a live band. One of the band members, she can sing and her husband can play lead guitar, and it was just a blast. I enjoyed all of it, so I just wanted to report that out. Thank you very much.
And next, we have Councilmember Halter.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted first to just add a few things to what Councilmember Brown had just said, is that with economic development, it's really, really important that we have community input, that we continue down the GPAC process and get elicit different ideas, different perceptions on how we move forward. Because in reality, what I see more than anything is that we have to know what we're encouraging and discouraging from happening in our community. And more importantly, we have to really understand what it is we want to see happen in our community and where we like to see those things happen. Because I believe and know from my 36 years of being here that Ventura has never been short people who are willing to invest to help make things happen. But too often, our own process is somewhat ill-defined and cumbersome, that sometimes it pushes away people who are willing to invest in our community. So it's really important that right now we're still discussing the things like zoning, land use planning, and that it's about knowing what we want to encourage and discourage and where those places should be and what they should look like, and density and other things. I also would love to see the opportunity to have transportation connected with density when we're looking at those things. But that's just a few thoughts. So in addition, though, I wanted to mention to Madam Mayor, out of respect for you and all that you've done over the last 4 years, I would have been at that event on Thursday. Having been very involved as a business owner and with the Chamber over the years, that's something that I would have done. But knowing that you're going to do it again here in the Chambers satisfies me to be able to be there for you. But given the current controversies that I saw on social media, I thought it was best that we err on the side of not giving a perception that something might be awry. So I chose not to attend that meeting. But I want to share that with you because I do have the utmost respect for you and wanted to be there for you with your last State of the City address. Along with that, I want to mention two more things that are happening. One is Peer Under the Stars is this Saturday, and it's a pretty important event. I believe there's still tickets for sale, because that is the nonprofit that funds the preservation of our pier. And I think back to the time, I think it was now probably 15 plus years ago, when the Midtown Community Council did a workshop, and one of the things we did was that place the dot thing, you know, where you place the dot on what is the spot that you think of when you think of your city when you're out of town. And I'll never forget it, because almost everybody put a dot on the pier. So the pier is iconic. It definitely represents Ventura and part of the beauty that we have and our history that we have. So if you could support that, that would be great. And I wanted to mention that one final thing is the arts have suffered probably disproportionately through COVID, a lot of us would say. Any indoor art performances or musical events, for obvious reasons, sitting next to people with or without a mask is something that was troubling, not to mention not possible for a long period of time. It's quite a miracle that a lot of our fantastic art groups have made it through the pandemic, but it's now important that we do everything we can to return in person to the arts. And I would say one of the things that's going to be very exciting, and you can see more of it, is I know Rubicon's putting on In the Heights performance starting October 26th. It's all about diversity. It's all about America. It's all about the great importance of immigrants to our country, and extremely positive. So I hope to get a lot of people to partake and see that great story being told. So look forward to that. And with that, I'll pass it back to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Halter. All right, our next item on the agenda is we have City Manager Communications.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, members of the council and the community. Just a couple of things to share with you tonight. This has been touched on now twice. This just shows how important it is. Please participate in the General Plan Land Use Alternative Survey. If you take nothing else away from here tonight, please visit planventura.com, go to the website, We want to hear from you. We need to hear from you. Your opinion matters, so please, please, please take some time, share your thoughts with the GPAC committee and the general plan folks. I'm very excited tonight to announce that for the first time, we have our live Spanish language interpretation occurring. Some of you may recall that at the last council meeting, the council directed staff to bring back live Spanish interpretation. In the back left-hand corner of the room, my left-hand corner of the room, the interpreters are there. They will be here at every council meeting. They are not on demand or on call. They will be here at every meeting. So we welcome them and thank you for being here. A few other quick comments. The mayor just touched on this. Our upcoming council meeting on October 10th, of course, will be the mayor's State of the City. That will be reproduced. We have 2 items that were scheduled to be on this council meeting tonight, but some more urgent items came up, and so we had to remanage and move things around. So the resolution about STVRs, short-term vacation rentals, and the historic context survey statement will both be presented at the October 10th meeting instead. And finally, the mobile home survey results that were conducted almost 2 years ago now will be brought back for the council to consider as well. And with that, Madam Mayor, members of the council, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And next on our agenda, we have our 12 consent items of the agenda. Would any council members like to pull an item or have questions or comments on an item? We have Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Comment only on number 9.
All right, thank you. And next, we have Councilmember Sanchez Palacios.
Comment only on number 12, please.
Thank you. Next, we have Deputy Mayor Schrader.
Comment on number 7, please. Or question.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Brown.
You can let me know if it's out of order. I just had a question for the city manager on what he said.
Sure, let's go ahead and take that now.
Oh, I was just going to ask, because you listed a lot of great things, the SCVR, the mobile home rent. I just want to know, would the inclusionary housing be brought, because that was another one of those old things that we had asked for like 2 years ago, sometime before the end of the year, or?
The IHO, the Inclusionary Housing Ordinance, I believe is, I'm scanning the room, looking for my Community Development Director, but by my voice, I have a feeling he'll be running in here in a minute. I believe it's anticipated, if not later in this year, early in the next year. You'll recall we kept, because of council's new priorities, we kept reshuffling some of these important items and trying to just get them in the right sequence. And still no Community Development Director, so I'm gonna let that sit for the moment. Thanks.
All right, we will begin with Councilmember Johnson. Item number 9, comment on that?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I've had the pleasure of seeing our consultant from Dixon Resources working on parking. That would be Ms. Coulson. I've seen her working. I'm excited. I'm glad that she's staying on for the next part. I will just note, I think it's always important that we always look a little more critically when we have consent items where it's a First Amendment or it's an amendment that is taking something beyond the normal threshold. But so, you know, I did go through it, and absolutely we need it, and I'm happy to be supporting that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Next item is Councilmember Sanchez Palacios with item number 12.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to go ahead and report back once again regarding the appointments recommendation for Measure O, Citizens Oversight Committee and the Housing Authority Board. I believe there are several of the individuals that we appointed or reappointed here tonight to be able to officially accept the volunteer position. But again, just really want to thank our members of the community for your volunteer time and for your dedication to sit on these boards. And along with my colleague, Councilmember Johnson and Councilmember Friedman, we interviewed these individuals who, again, outstanding with their time and efforts to contribute back to the community. So really appreciate that. Thank you. And I'll let you go ahead and do that other part of the certificates and presentation.
Thank you. We will do that in a moment. As soon as we go through some of these other items, we will present certificates to those who will be serving on the boards and commissions. Next item is Deputy Mayor Schrader with item number 7.
Yes, a question for Mr. Nelson. Could you briefly explain to me what a deposition basin is, which is kind of a new concept in the dredging for the channels, and thank you.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So what we're doing differently with the dredging at this time, there's a large dredge unit that is used that the harbor actually contracts that goes up to the entry of the quays and then stops there. And then we do clamshell dredging in the quays because the quays are just too small for this large unit. When we do the clamshell dredging in the quays, we need to move that material and deposit it somewhere else away from the quays. This basin that we're dredging, which will be done by this larger unit that's right at the entry, is kind of it's a hole, if you will, at the bottom of the channel, where when we do come back later to dredge out the quays, we can put that material into the hole and save quite a bit of money from having to transport it to another location.
Yeah, so the idea that you're gonna see if it's viable is to really dig a big hole to put the soil that is in the bottom of the quays there instead of, where would you normally have put that?
We have to put it out. I'm going to actually turn to Mr. Shada. He told me earlier today, and I'm drawing a blank as to where that goes.
Yeah, good evening. We'd have to put it further down outside the harbor.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. City Clerk, do we have any public communications for these items?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have one public comment, item number 12. And our speaker this evening is Monica Gray.
Good evening. I wasn't sure whether to just put it under agenda item number 12 or just as a general public comment. I'm coming to you as a resident of the Riverside Street Apartments. We were the first low-income housing project in the city of Ventura at the end of Ramona Street. And unfortunately, myself and other residents of that complex were defrauded by someone who was running and managing that complex, kind of out of a lot of money too. We were all applying for the COVID rent relief program, and someone with the fiduciary duty to those funds and make sure that they were credited to our tenant accounts did not do that. This issue was reported to the Housing Authority of the City of San Buenaventura, as well as Ventura PD, the District Attorney, and others with purview over this issue that are tasked with investigating it, following up on it, and assuring that each of the families that were harmed and defrauded by this incident or incidents were not getting any sort of remedy or relief. And everyone's kind of worried that we're all going to be in jeopardy of losing our housing, especially after getting really short notice of a significant increase in our rent. So I don't know if this property management company isn't aware of the recent ordinances passed, the movement for rent control, but I don't know if they're just trying to recoup the losses, because when you hire someone to run low-income housing, they have a whole lot of power over the residents there. Deprivation of rights under color of authority comes to mind when I think about the issues caused by this person. My children have suffered harm as a result of that person being hired to run that complex, and the blind eye that's being turned by the city is causing a lot of safety concerns for people that live there, as well as financial hardship. So I'm putting it on record, and I'm tasking every one of you with figuring out what happened and how a person like that with that sort of criminal background would be allowed to have purview over, your crown jewel of low-income housing. Low-income tax credit properties are rife with waste, fraud, and abuse, and you might want to start there when you're investigating it. Thanks for your time.
And that concludes our public speakers on the consent items.
Thank you very much. And now we will entertain a motion for our consent items.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? If there is no further discussion, then we may continue with a vote.
Okay, and you can go ahead and enter your vote on the Crestron for the consent items. Just a quick reminder to the council as well, with the interpreters here, we do request that you speak clearly and loudly into the microphones. Thank you. Okay, on the consent items, 7 ayes and the motion carries.
Thank you very much. And now if we have our appointments and reappointments for the Measure O Citizens Oversight Committee and the Housing Authority Board, if you are present, we have Andrew Conley and Michael Marostica and Kathy Bailey to the Measure O Citizens Oversight Committee. And we have the reappointment of Carol Shulkin to the Housing Authority. If you all are present here in the room, we have certificates to present to you. If you would like to step forward. And thank you once again to those who will be serving this coming term. We really appreciate your service. All right, our next item on the agenda, we have item 13, which is a public hearing, but we will continue that item to our October 10th meeting. And for that, we will need a motion. Councilmember Halter?
I just wanted to say first is that I will be recusing myself when we do choose to talk about this, and I think I still need to leave since you're doing a motion to continue, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. I have property on that block.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to ask why we are continuing it to another date.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, why it's being continued, I apologize. Is that what you asked?
Yeah, why are we doing this?
Sorry. It'd probably be a question for community development. I apologize.
Councilmember Johnson, the reason we continued this item is it was previously scheduled, and we were concerned about the length of the meeting tonight with some of the items that were brought on at the last minute. So this item has been continued to October 10th, and there's no real harm or damages to the applicant for this.
Okay, thank you so much.
Right. Okay, so we will entertain a motion for that.
So moved.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, we may proceed with the vote.
Okay, for item 13, we'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Sanchez Palacios,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Halter is recused, Councilmember Friedman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Schrader,
Yes.
Mayor Rubalcava.
Yes.
6 ayes and the motion carries.
Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is our formal items. Item 14, consideration of addendum to the final environmental impact report for the Ventura Water Pure Program. And for that, we have our city manager, Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While the team gets settled here, this is probably the city's most important and high-profile project that we've been working on for well over a decade, and it's making its way through the various processes and procedures in order to get this thing constructed. There has been a lot of great milestones achieved. Linda Szymanski, the project director, will be providing the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. As Mr. McIntyre said, I'm Linda Szymanski, the Ventura Water Pure Program Director. We're here to talk tonight about the EIR addendum for the Ventura Water Pure Program. Joining me this evening are Miles Hogan from the city's attorney's office and Gina Dorrington, the Ventura Water General Manager. We also have joining us remotely our outside counsel, Jean Melius. So this evening, we would like to do a few updates to the program first, and then get into discussing the items that are covered in the addendum.
Linda, if I may, the interpreters are having a hard time hearing you. If you could just speak a little bit closer into the microphone. Thank you.
So for the program updates, we would like to actually show you a new introductory video that we have for the program. We're really proud of this and want to thank our communications folks for helping us with this.
Water is critical. It is a unity. Cities in Southern California to rely solely on local water supplies.
Mr. Clerk, want to try turning this on?
Give us 1 second here and see if we can get this.
Water is critical to life. Unique to its neighbors, being that it is one of the largest cities.
If it doesn't work, if you guys want to play the video on mute and just narrate it, that could work as well.
Can you turn my mic off? No, you didn't.
Water is critical to life. It is the backbone of a healthy environment and thriving community. Ventura is unique to its neighbors, being that it is one of the largest cities in Southern California to rely solely on local water supplies. Rainfall feeds the Ventura River, Lake Casitas, and local groundwater basins, meeting the needs of Ventura's people, environment, and economy. However, like many communities through California, Ventura's local water sources have been impacted by decades of drought and regulatory restrictions. The increasing need to secure additional water has led Ventura to invest in a new solution. Ventura Water Pure will recover, treat, and reuse water that is currently discharged into the Santa Clara River estuary. This forward-looking solution will create a new, drought-proof water supply, produce high-quality drinking water, and improve the health of local wetlands. So, how does Ventura Water Pure work? Currently, wastewater is sent to the Ventura Water Reclamation Facility, where it is treated and cleaned before being discharged into the Santa Clara River estuary. In the future, a portion of this treated water will be sent to a new advanced water purification facility, where it will be further treated to drinking water standards. The purified water will then be injected into a local groundwater basin and later distributed to Ventura Water customers. For over 40 years, this trusted solution, known as potable reuse, has been used throughout California and internationally. In the upcoming years, Ventura Water Pure will account for up to 20% of Ventura's water, making it a critical investment for future generations. Visit VenturaWaterPure.net to learn more, explore frequently asked questions, and receive project updates.
In addition to our new video, we also wanted to highlight for you a couple of other things. The City of Ventura was selected to receive a $14 million grant from the Bureau of Reclamation. This will be the third time that we have been selected, and in total, we are eligible for $18 million in grants from the Bureau of Reclamation. You are actually eligible up to $30 million, and we hope that we will be able to get the rest of the allotment, $12 million, next year. And finally, we have closed on the property for the advanced water purification plant. So the piece of property at the corner of Harbor and Olivas Park is now ready for us to build on. So I wanted to switch over now to the Environmental Impact Report Addendum. So as many of you know, EIRs are done on projects to inform the public and public agencies about significant environmental impacts for proposed projects, to find possible ways to minimize any impacts, and then also to look at any reasonable alternatives that there might be to a project. And for everyone's information, the EIR for the Ventura Water Pure program was completed and certified by Council in 2019. So the EIR addendum that we are bringing forward to you today is brought about by the fact that we're now in detailed design for some of the pieces of the program. And we have identified some things that need to be refined. And as we go through that, we realize that we need to do an addendum and look at the impacts or anything else that may happen because of these changes. What we found throughout these various different changes that we are looking at, that in some cases we're actually reducing the potential impacts and improving cost efficiency for the city, and we did not identify any new significant impacts. So there are 5 items that we're going to cover this evening that are listed here. I'm not going to go through them here, as we'll be talking about each one individually. So the first up is the membrane bioreactor project. So in the EIR, there were described a number of improvements to the reclamation plant. You can see a list here of 3 different projects that were proposed. When we were going through our wastewater master plan, it was identified that a significant process was in need of repair and rehabilitation. We took a step back at that point and looked at to see if there was another way that we could solve the problem. We have come up with the alternative of adding a membrane bioreactor, which will take care of the repairs and rehab, and will also replace these projects that were identified in the EIR. We had also in the EIR identified that there would be some disinfection improvements at the reclamation plant. We are still doing disinfection improvements. We are just changing the type of disinfection that we are going to be doing. So just a little bit more about the membrane bioreactor. It was added to the capital improvement program in fiscal year 2023. If you remember, the estimated cost was $143 million. That cost is being partially offset by the elimination of the projects that were on the previous slide, and that amount is $67 million. So there are several benefits to the membrane bioreactor. It is more cost-effective than doing the repair and replacement to the existing infrastructure. When you look at the life cycle costs, it is actually a very significant savings for the city. And it also is very complementary to the advanced water purification plant. And in fact, we are actually able to replace a process at the advanced plant by using the membrane bioreactor. Moving on to the conveyance pipeline. So as we were going through the design of the conveyance pipeline, we found some changes that needed to be made and some details that we weren't aware of. We are proposing that we use a new alignment different from the EIR. The EIR alignment went down Harbor Boulevard, down Peninsula, and then down Pierpont to Marina Park, where our outfall will head out to the ocean. We're changing that proposed route to come down Schooner and down Anchor's Way. It will actually go under the harbor and Daylight and Marina Park, and then continue out into the ocean. So as you can see, that we are significantly saving the amount of lineal feet that we will be doing for water main. We will also be reducing the impact to traffic. There is also some cost savings associated with this, and probably the biggest opportunity for us is the ability to be able to rebuild a 60-year sewer force main that currently is under the harbor. We would have to do that sewer main replacement anyway as a project, and so this will actually allow us to combine these two projects under one mobilization and actually reduce the disturbance over time. We did actually go through the impacts that this may have. We did not identify any new significant impacts, and many of the impacts that there are were already identified in the EIR for our original alignment. For residents and businesses, we will be maintaining access to driveways at all time, and we will of course have noise and dust control measures. We've also been working with the Port District. We will be asking them for temporary and permanent easements for our pipeline, and we also are looking at phasing the project, doing the portion that goes under the harbor first, and then moving on to the pipeline that goes down Anchor's Way to help minimize too much construction at one point in time. Again, like I mentioned, a lot of these measures that we have for mitigation in our EIR will be able to be applied in this area. Moving on to the ocean outfall. In the EIR, we actually were anticipating that the outfall would be approximately 6,000 feet in length. After doing some more detailed study, we realized that we needed to actually extend it a little bit further out, another 800 feet. The reason we're doing that is because at the end of that pipeline is where the discharge will be leaving the pipeline into the ocean. We do not want that to get buried, and so we need to reach a certain depth and where the sand does not move and won't bury that piece of equipment. So there are no new significant impacts with this one. This was all within the study area that we had originally identified, but we did want to make it clear that the outfall is actually a little longer than we had originally anticipated. Just to talk a little bit about how the construction of that outfall works, you can see the piece of equipment. That is the piece of equipment that will be in Marina Park. We will be drilling down underneath Marina Park and out into the ocean. We will daylight on the ocean floor at about 4,500 feet. We'll then lay some more pipeline along the bottom of the ocean floor for about 2,000 feet. And then the very end is actually the diffuser, which is the piece of the pipeline that will disperse the liquid into the ocean. We wanted to put together a little aerial for you on the Marina Park drill site. As you can see by the black dotted line, that will be the site of work within Marina Park. There will be a temporary sound wall around that area, the height yet to be determined. The two red lines actually indicate the underground pipeline, one going out to the ocean, the other heading underneath the harbor over to the Port District side. We will also be using a portion of the parking lot at Marina Park. We will be using that for pipe storage and work area. We wanted to define that a little bit better. In the EIR, we did talk about doing this type of work at the parking lot, but we didn't necessarily have the layout down. So we will be putting up temporary fencing around the area where we will be working. But as you can see, we will still be leaving access to Marina Park. You will still be able to enter and exit the park. There will still be parking available, and you will still be able to drive all the way down to the restroom area and to the turnaround. And we're also making sure that there will be access to the sailing area there also. We will also be assembling a portion of the pipeline, the diffuser piece that I described. We will be doing that in the Harbor Cove area. Because that piece of pipe is a little more specialized, we can't assemble it at Marina Park and drag it out into the ocean. So we're going to actually go to the area. If you're familiar with this, this is where the dredge equipment sets up and does the dredging in the wintertime. They will be finished with their work by the time we're ready to use this site. So we will be using this site to actually build the diffuser and then float it out into the ocean. The schedule for the ocean outfall construction, we anticipate beginning construction in the fall of 2023. That will be with the directional drilling at Marina Park. That will continue through the summertime of 2024. At that point, we will be done with the work that we need to do at Marina Park, but there will still be some offshore pipeline work that needs to be completed, and that will continue into the fall, winter of 2024. In addition, the conveyance pipeline construction is anticipated to begin after we finish the HDD construction. That will be in the winter of 2024, and that will again continue through the summer of 2024. We have put together a robust outreach program. We have met with a number of folks about the project and how it will be impacting them. Our goal is to listen to many people, help mitigate as many things as we can. As you can see, there is a large list here, and our communication folks are on board and helping us out with all of the outreach that we've been doing. So our recommendation tonight is that council adopt a resolution that certifies that council has reviewed and considered the information that's contained in the addendum, and to adopt the addendum to the certified final environmental impact report. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Umansky, for the presentation. Let's see, we have questions from Councilmember Johnson, followed by Councilmember Friedman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Szymanski, for the presentation. We were talking informally about staff presentations, and there's a sweet balance between having the information and being able to get through it in a timely fashion, so thank you very much. Could we go to the slide, please, about the membrane bioreactor? Thank you. So when I look at the estimated cost and the elimination of $67 million in planned capital expenses, I mean, roughly it's going to be about $75 million. You said that it will be more cost-effective over the life cycle. How many years will it take to recoup that $75 million?
So that $75 million will be financed over a period of 30 years. I think what I meant by that is that over the lifetime of this project, which is about 50 years, it is more cost-effective to us than actually doing the rehab and the rehabilitation, which will only last about 20 years, and we will need to come back and do again.
I see, thank you. Could we go to the slide, please, about the conveyance? Thank you. Okay. So I see first off that it's while we're cutting the route in half, it's down to a 1 mile route and we'll save $1 million. Do we have an idea what the cost to the port will be, the port district?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Johnson, there is no cost to the port district.
Well, let me ask you about this. You said we're changing that proposed route, and you also said we'll be asking them for easements. Can they say no if we ask them for easements?
That is correct.
Okay, so we're going to do we are changing the proposed routes.
We are changing the proposed route.
And these easements go over a property that they recently leased out to somebody who did not know that this was going to be the case. Is that true?
We did outreach to the port district and to the tenants as we were contemplating changing the route.
And so this easement across that, well, I think it's their biggest property, they will not be allowed to put any actual structures, is that correct?
The easement will not allow them to put a building over the pipeline. However, we have been working with them on their plans, and the equipment and their proposal for what they want to build on the site will not be impacted by this.
So they're not having to change it for example, boat storage instead of a building?
No.
Thank you. Can we go to the slide, please, about the outfall? So as we're adding 800 feet, what is the impact to the cost of the project for this?
I do not have that number off the top of my head, but it will be most likely just the cost of additional installation and pipeline. We will already have paid for the mobilization and all of the other work.
Thank you. And so where are we now on the estimated cost of Ventura Water Pure, the total cost?
The total cost for the program is approximately $297 million.
Thank you. Can we go to the timeline slide, please? Yeah, back there. Thank you. So I appreciate that some of this language is in our agreement about why we need to get this done by 2025. We have to find beneficial reuse. If there were to be a bubble about when water was being delivered to Ventura residents, what would the date on that be?
So this is just one small portion of the program itself. This piece will allow us to divert water by 2025 from the Santa Clara River estuary. The remainder of the program is going to take a bit longer to do, so it will be a while from when this is completed before people actually see water.
May I ask, would it be closer to 2 years or to 5 years?
It will most likely be closer to I would say 2 to 3 years.
And this may be a question for Ms. Dorrington. Well, let me follow up with that question. So when we start seeing water produced out of the plant, will it be the full, I think, 4,000 acre feet, or will it be slowly ramping up?
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. That timeline for completion will be Phase 1A, and so that will be a portion treated, and then we'll still have to do the monitoring with the remaining effluent in the estuary for a matter of time before we can go to the full 4,000 acre feet.
Thank you. And Ms. Dorrington, thank you for being here. And is this timeline what we see in our comprehensive water resource and our comprehensive water resources report and our urban water management plan?
It is. It's running along the same lines as our predictions, and of course, that comprehensive water resources report will get updated again in the beginning of the year.
Thank you. And then my last question, was this taken to the Water Commission?
No, this was not taken to Water Commission, but it was actually presented to the Ventura Water Pure Ad Hoc Committee, which is comprised of 2 council members and 1 water commissioner.
Thank you. Has there been any public input opportunities until tonight?
We have been doing extensive outreach for this portion of the program.
Thank
And
you. You know, when I look at, the Water Commission, by which I think it means more than one of the members, the Water Commission shall have the power, and it shall be its duty to review and make advisory recommendations regarding water rates, water resources infrastructure projects in the 5-year capital improvement program, the integrated water resources management plan, water supply options, the urban water management plan approval process, a water dedication and in lieu fee requirement, and other water resource issues. Is having water pure outside the water department a reason, this may be a question for the city manager, why something like this did not go to the Water Commission?
Actually, no, it has nothing to do with it being in the city manager's office. The reason it didn't go to the Water Commission is this is much more of a regulatory issue with regards to changing our base EIR. This is simply an addendum. And the decision really lies with the council for this ultimately to happen. The project itself has been approved. We're just making minor modifications.
Thank you. And is it, by any chance, is there somebody from the Port District here tonight? Thank you, Mayor. Those are my questions.
And now we have Councilmember Friedman, followed by Deputy Mayor Schrader.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Linda, is there any plan, since this is such a momentous project, and since being on the ad hoc committee, I could have asked you, but I didn't think of it until I saw this video. Is there a plan to do like a making of the Ventura Water Pure program, almost like a documentary, so people currently and years from now can actually see what went on with actual videos of the work being done and a lot of the things here which seem, almost space age at times?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, yes, we are considering that. We do actually have several more videos lined up as we're building up to the project, talking about, again, how Ventura Water Pure works and several others. And then we will be recording construction as we go along, so that we will be making kind of that documentary film.
The individuals the residents, the constituents who know about Water Pure, and more of them are learning about it every day. The question I get asked is, when is it going to be online? And Councilmember Johnson was heading in that direction. I know there are so many variables that I would never hold you to this, but it sounds like you're talking about 2026 to 2027. Would it be safe to make that comment if asked by a constituent? With the qualifier that, things can change, of course.
Yeah, we will be returning to council with some more information on that, but yes.
And the latest with, would have been curious to see if there were any members of the Port Commission. Having served on the Port Commission for 6 years, I was contacted by a couple of people associated with the port expressing some concern, and I know that there's been continued discussion. So I'm going to take this slide as to indicate that there is ongoing discussion, and maybe as a request, would it be possible to get regular updates to council as to how that's progressing? Because it would be nice to know if we're running into some difficulty, because if we are, then we are able to deal with it on the front end and not at the very end, which always makes it so much more difficult.
Yes, we are actually meeting with the Port District once a month to go over progress and to discuss issues. We are also going to be presenting at the Port District Board meeting on October 19th.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. That's a pretty nice video once we got the technical issues dealt with. Thank you again. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, and next we have Deputy Mayor Schrader, followed by Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, I would agree with Councilmember Friedman about regular updates. I think that's really important. Could you go to the slide of the picture of Marina Park that identifies? Yeah. As a resident in this community, that's a busy park, and on the weekends, it is one of our busiest parks. I'm just wondering how we're going to handle the parking and how the residents are going to be impacted, because I'm not counting the parking spaces, but I'd say about half of the parking is going to be removed.
Yes, we will be working in Marina Park, hopefully from September through January. So it will be the lower season when there are not as many people who will be visiting the park. So we hope that that will actually help somewhat.
On the weekends, you're still going to have issues. And I love the project. I'm all for the project. I'm down there on a regular basis, riding my bike, and I know it is busy on the weekends, basically 12 months out of the year. And this is the first time, and you've shown this to me before, and I'm sorry that I'm doing this in public and we couldn't work it out. But it seems like we might have a problem on weekends on parking down there, so I would suggest that we try and figure something out if we can. So, thank you.
Now we have Councilmember Brown, followed by Councilmember Halter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just want to say first, I understand that this is, well, anyway, great presentation, by the way. Love the diagrams, the photos, everything. It's very clear. And I'm happy to see this moving forward. I just wanted to preface that first. I understand that this is a minor addendum to the EIR item already approved. But I think I heard my colleague ask it earlier, when will this be presented to the Water Commission? Although I know it's not required, but it would have been nice just to have that extra layer of, hey, we saw this, we understand it's a minor addendum, but we want to know, we want the council to know this.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. We did send out a notice to all of our water commissioners to watch this presentation this evening. Our meeting is being held tomorrow evening at 5:30, and we may have some in the audience right now.
Okay, so I'm only asking because this is not a receive and file. This is we're requesting us to approve a resolution, so that's why I was wondering. Just would have been nice to have that extra layer of just whatever their input, because they are the experts, the reason why we have them in the first place, because I think we kind of established that before, that there's going to be so many details that we may miss.
Councilmember Brown, if I may,
Sure.
This is the type of item that staff typically wouldn't think for an EIR addendum to take to a commission beforehand.
Okay.
For example, last year, the State Water Interconnection Project, there was an addendum approved for that EIR as well, and it did not go to the Water Commission beforehand. Part of this was also timing. It's critical to get this addendum approved very soon to keep this portion of the project on track. However, I think the comments are noted tonight, and going forward for addenda, we can recommend that staff bring those to Water Commission beforehand, before they come to City Council. So that's noted.
Thank you, and I totally understand change orders. I understand a lot of times projects start and things change as you go along. I get that. But I just wanted to ask that for the benefit of the public. And I also think I heard it as the year of the advanced water treatment plant expected to be completed changed. And I know it has, but the actual question is how many years exactly? And I think I heard it maybe 3 years or something like that.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Brown, yes, that is the estimate. We will be returning to council with some more information on that.
Okay, so the outfall is getting extended out. So I just had a brief question about, let me find my questions. I type out all my stuff. So given the extension and the rerouting of the pipeline and receiving grants, does that all fiscally kind of even out or balance out? Or has the overall project cost increased?
So the overall project cost has increased from the rate study that was done approximately 2 years ago. We have taken into account the inflation and just the scarcity of product at this time and supply chain. So that is a major contribution to the cost of the project. We actually have WIFIA funding that we are working on, which will pay for approximately 49% of the project. We have the Bureau of Reclamation grants that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, and we are looking at how we will actually be financing the rest of the project. There are several options available.
Thank you. And did the grants that you mentioned that we have received and will be receiving, has that offset some of the original costs that was projected, or has inflation and lack of materials kind of blew that out of the water, for lack of a better term?
Yeah, we had originally planned for $20 million in grants. That is what was available from the Bureau of Reclamation at the time. That number has been increased to $30 million, and so we hope to capture the remainder of what we can, up to $30 million.
And will that make us whole at all with this change in any way, or?
I'm sorry?
Will that make us whole in any way with that change?
It will help with the financing and with the impact on ratepayers.
Okay, and then the last question is, nope, that's all the questions for now. If I have any more, I'll follow up. Thank you.
And now we have Councilmember Halter, followed by Councilmember Sanchez Palacios.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks, staff. Great presentation, and I wanted to thank my colleagues because you cleared almost all my questions, so we're thinking along the same lines. And I like the answers Mr. Hogan gave regarding the Water Commission. I think it's important when we have commissions that we seek their input as much and as often as possible. I'm curious about, and Councilmember Brown hit upon it, about inflation, and more specifically about product shortages. If you started building in the next year, do you foresee a product shortage to get the materials to do this project? How soon, and secondly, how soon do you see having to purchase those products? As a business owner, this is a big, big issue.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halter, there are still supply chain issues out there. We are aware of them. What we see and what our consultants have seen mostly is related to electrical and the controls of the plant at this point. They seem to be the longest lead time. So we will be watching that. We are actually looking for several of the other projects about potentially pre-purchasing some of the equipment so that it will be on hand when we need it.
Okay, great. And then as far as, I assume there's a lot of state permits and approvals, coastal approvals and so forth. Are those somewhat predictable? Do you see that they're being fast-tracked because of the severe shortage of water, perhaps?
There is an initiative by the governor to actually try to help projects like ours continue on a regular and steady progression. We are putting together some information for the folks who will be administering that project and hope to be in contact with them soon. As far as our permits for this particular portion of the project, they were submitted back in August. We had talked to all of the various folks who have jurisdiction, and we feel fairly confident that we will be able to have our permits in time to start construction on this.
Okay. And the final question, a little bit lighter, is in regards to the harbor itself. Do you see impacting the business and recreational uses of the harbor during the period of boring?
So we will actually be impacting the harbor as we're pulling pipeline that we're building in Marina Park out to the ocean.
Okay.
We are working with the Port District and the harbor master at this point. We anticipate that pulling that pipe through the harbor will take 1 to 2 days. At that point in time, there will be a restriction to the number of folks who can get in and out of the harbor just because we are going to be taking a portion of it.
Mm-hmm.
We are making sure that at least the emergency equipment and people who need to have access will have it. And we will be doing outreach to the folks at the harbor so that we can plan accordingly.
Great, thank you very much. That was all my questions.
Now we have Councilmember Sanchez Palacios.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Good evening, and thank you for the report. Also, thank you for meeting with me personally. I also sit on the ad hoc committee, and just appreciate your time in explaining this to me. So that's one of the reasons why I don't have that many questions. But I did, one of the questions I had was about the addendum. So addendums don't necessarily have to go to commissions. That's what I heard, right?
Yes, Councilmember Sanchez Palacios, that is correct.
Okay. And then in regards to harbor businesses, I know that you said you're meeting with the harbor pretty frequently, right? And you will continue to do so.
Yes, we have met several times with the Port District, with the harbor master, and it is our intention to talk to all of the folks in the area who are going to be impacted by this.
Okay. And then lastly, more of comments than anything. I think it would be beneficial to continue getting updates to the council on the progress on how those meetings with the harbor go, but also on any other updates that we may get. I know I asked if at any point we can go and see how this is done, because like Councilmember Friedman mentioned, I mean, it's such a huge project, and it would be great to be able to have just, I guess, witnessing it, something that here in Ventura is happening. So I'll sign up for a tour. And then just, I think, congrats and thanks to the staff on the $14 million that you received. And in regards to that, any other grants, state or federal, that would be that we could apply for this type of project?
We are always on the lookout for grant opportunities. The one that is obvious to us is the $12 million that's remaining from the USBR, but we are always on the lookout for new opportunities. There are, a number of initiatives within the state that may actually be bringing funding forward, and we will certainly be looking for those.
Great. That's all. Thank you.
Now we have Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. I just had a few more questions. So to follow up with my previous questions, would that at all result in an increase to ratepayers more than what's already been projected under the originally adopted plan?
So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Brown, we did actually look at the impacts on the increased costs, and for the current rate period, which is 5 years, there is no impact on the rates.
Thank you for saying that. And also for the benefit of the public, In a follow-up to what my colleague asked earlier, will there be any mitigated solutions for the marina at all to allow, I don't know, you said it's only going to be 2 days, that it's going to be closed, but in the event that maybe something happens, another change, and it lasts a week or something?
Yes, we will definitely be working with the folks and looking at the impacts. We will be able to kind of narrow this down a little bit better once we have a contractor on board, and they'll be able to tell us a little bit more. And we will, of course, be working hand in hand with the folks at the harbor.
Thank you. And the last question, will there be an easement or an agreement with the port required because the pipe is going essentially straight through?
Yes, we actually do have current easements with the Port District right now. We do have a recycled water line and the sewer force main that we're planning on replacing, actually going under the harbor and coming up in the area where we plan on having this work done. So we do have existing easements there. So we will basically be quit claiming those and then executing new easements for the new alignment.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you to all of my colleagues for all of the great questions, and thank you for all of the answers and all of the information. And do we have any public communications for this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have 3 speakers this evening on item number 14. Our first speaker is John Oliver. John will be followed by Jerry Cranham.
Yeah, hello. This Ventura Shangri-La to me. 15 years ago I came here. I was in Parade Magazine. I'm an educational consultant, and I had a program, Lesson 1, teaching social skills and violence prevention, and I just decided I'm going to stay here, live and die here. I'm just in love with it, and I appreciate all the hard work that everyone is doing here. But I've never felt, I'm from New York and Massachusetts, but I've never felt such a hard place home as this Never Never Land place. I'm at the mobile home park, and my concern is in the presentation, which is wonderful, is to present some of the realities that we're not. It's like we're meeting with people. But in the mobile home park, I know a lot of people, for example, I've had 9 eye surgeries in the last couple of years. I've known about 10 people that have passed away recently. And we're not talking about the impact of, if you have older, people, parents, grandparents, whatever, but the impact of the sound, the impact of the dust, it's just incredible. And we have to think of individuals. I know there was a plan that it wasn't going to impact the mobile home park as much, and then it's more cost effective to do another way, whatever. But the reality is really presenting the realities like you presented if you're riding your bike or the school nearby in the neighborhood. I think there have to be realities presented. But when you talked about a video, well, like someone come to my home and take a video of the dust, take a video of the sound, tape a video of the noise. This is people will die, and the last memory they're going to have is going to be of sound, noise, smell, and seriously, some people could die, and there could be lawsuits and everything else like that. So I'm totally for the project, but I think we have to take into consideration the realities of all populations, and because in some ways, it's the last thing they're going to feel and see. This is an exciting place. It's an honor to be here. And I appreciate all the work everyone's done, and I just appreciate what Ventura is about and the love that everyone feels about it. But I think we can't not look at this from an individual basis too, and the impact from individuals to larger groups, and not just look at the financial end of it. We have to look at the real consequences that are really involved and not put them under the rug a little and sell a project, which is unbelievable, that has to be done. But we have to talk about the impacts as much as we talked about the project, and that's in all aspects of this. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Jerry Cranham. Jerry will be followed by David Pies.
Hi, thanks. My name is Jerry Cranham, and I live in the community of the Ventura Marina Mobile Home Park, which is at 1215 Anchors Way. Tonight, the agenda number 14 addresses the the Water Pure program and the outfall construction project. Our first proposed route, if you were to look on that one slide that had the blue line and the red line representing the old path and then the new path of the construction. The blue route was located and would come from the field filtration plant down Harbor Boulevard to Peninsula through the Ventura Keys and the pump station at Marina Park and then the outfall. The second proposed route, which we're going to call the red route, which is located down Harbor Boulevard to Schooner Way, down Schooner Way to Anchors Way, and the length of Anchors Way to the harbor. And then at that point, they're going to tunnel under the marina and to Marina Park and to the pump station, and then again out into the ocean. The blue route has an approved environmental impact report. The red route doesn't. The Anchors Way route currently does not have an environmental impact report at all. And I'm talking about the environmental impact on the people who live in the Ventura Marina Mobile Home Park. The Harbor Boulevard and Schooners Way and Anchors Way almost completely surrounds our mobile home park. We're talking about an extensive construction project happening there. We are a senior living community. We have people from the age of 55 up into the mid and late 90s that live in our park. And some of those people do have respiratory issues, along with, like John, he's got eye issues and things like that. And we're talking about a lot of dust and silt that is going to happen when you start digging trenches right along our park perimeter. And literally, there's a 6-foot wall between the construction site and 68 of our homes. They're right there on the wall, and that's where this construction is going to take place. Most of our residents are retired and are home during the day. So this is going to happen during the day. There's going to be a lot of sound issues that are going to happen as well. Sound impacts. There are a couple of staging areas that also that align right up to the backyards of some of these people, especially the 68 people which live on the perimeter of the park. We have, in short, we've gotten many considerations when comparing the blue route to the red route. And most importantly, we have a prevailing wind which blows from the ocean into our community almost every evening. The proposed red route is between the ocean and our homes. And these gusty winds would deposit great amounts of silt and dust. And I know we're going to protect it, and I know that there's different ways of doing that, but it still doesn't, if you're putting...
Thank you, Mr. Cranham. That's the time.
Can I finish? I only have about another 30 seconds.
You can always send us an email with all of your concerns and all of the information.
Well, I feel that we do need another environmental impact, which includes the 310 residents in the mobile home community who are seniors and have
Thank you, Mr. Cranham.
Health issues. Thank you.
Our next and final speaker is David Pies.
Good evening, everybody. My name is David Pies, and I'm appearing here tonight on behalf of myself, but I live in the Ventura Marina Mobile Home Park. This project is far too important to do with just an addendum to an environmental impact report that's an old report. I think you have to look at this entire project and look at the initial report and then the fact that you're trying to tag on to a report that's probably 10 years old, a very recent study that was been done that doesn't take into consideration some of the things you've heard about tonight from the very residents of the Ventura Marina Mobile Home Park. But it's not just those people that are involved. This affects the people in the Keys, it affects a lot of the people throughout the city, and it affects everybody as far as the budget is concerned. And those things are all important and have to be looked at in an entire environmental impact report. The other thing that has not been brought out, that an environmental impact report not only talks about the effect of this type of project on the environment and that means all of the people that might be affected and so forth. But it also talks about mitigation, and I haven't heard anything about mitigation of these issues that have been brought up tonight. And I think it'd be a very, very big misstep for the council to go ahead and enact some type of a project which is going to cost this kind of money without giving an opportunity to look at the factors that have not been looked at. Don't forget, the original environmental impact report did not even consider this particular proposal. And what do we know that if we did a study, we might find out that there's a much better way to do this than what has just been referred to you tonight. And I think it behooves you to look into that, and the only way to really do it is to do a really new environmental impact report that may consider some of the other things. Some of the old report is out of date. So I think really tonight, think about this and think about the fact that you got to do it right, because you open yourself up to the potential for litigation, which that's going to just delay it further. So give some thought to this. Get it done right. Do an environmental impact report that should be done. Why take a shortcut? What's the need to cut corners? This is not something that has to be done tonight. It could have been done. We have an environmental report that is 10 years old. Let's do it right. Do it right. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers tonight on item number 14.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of our speakers for sharing your input. We will now turn the conversation back to council for comments. We have Councilmember Johnson, followed by Councilmember Friedman.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we turn it back to deliberation, may I ask a question of staff based on what was just brought up? Thank you. First, when was this EIR finished, completed, that we have currently?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Johnson, the EIR was completed and certified in 2019.
Thank you. And is it correct that there's been no EIR for the proposed red route in this addendum?
So this addendum is, in essence, the EIR for the new route. We have gone through the CEQA process for this, so we have actually looked at all of these things and found no new significant impacts and plan to use the mitigations that were already in the EIR for this.
Thank you, but perhaps I'm a little confused, having been at a bunch of the Water Commission meetings when the CEQA process was going on. There was lots of public comment. There was no public comment on we followed the CEQA processes, is that correct? But there was no public comment?
Yes, Councilmember Johnson. For an addendum to an EIR, it does not need to be circulated. So this is the opportunity at this meeting for the official public comment on the addendum.
Thank you. And is there nothing in this about, having been part of the discussions about the original EIR, of course there are, as somebody mentioned, a lot of mitigations for noise and dust and all sorts of things. Are those included in this addendum to the EIR for this proposed red route?
Yes, that is correct. So in the previous alignment, in the certified EIR, where it'll go down Pierpont Lane, all the mitigation measures that apply there for the temporary construction impacts related to dust, sound, a lot of the measures that apply for all the pipeline projects that we do throughout the city, those will all apply with this alignment as well. So it's called a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. All of those mitigation measures will also apply to this alignment and will be required to be followed by the city and its contractors.
Thank you. And my final question, Mayor, and I appreciate this opportunity. So when we look at something like the MMRP, let's call it, does that normally take into account what one might call sensitive issues, sensitive areas?
Yes, it does. And if you'll recall, the previous alignment also went by homes as well as a school.
And a senior facility?
Not specifically a senior facility, but it did take in the proximity to residences as well as a school.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Those are my questions. I appreciate the opportunity to ask him questions during deliberations.
Now we have Councilmember Friedman, followed by Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I had a couple questions, too, in response to our speakers. Linda, I know that in the subcommittee meetings, or where Councilmember Sanchez Palacios and I are sitting as the liaisons, a lot of time was spent, although it wasn't really mentioned here tonight, some of the specific mitigation measures. I think it would be helpful if you can talk about some of them, because I know you were talking about sound walls and water trucks to keep the dust down, so forth and so on, trying to do it within certain hours. Are you able to articulate that now?
Sure, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, I'm happy to. So we are required to have sound walls around the HDD construction. It is our intent to put a sound wall around the area at Director Marine where the HDD will actually come up on the Port District side. So there will be sound mitigation measures that way.
HDD meaning?
Horizontal directional drilling. For the open cut, we, as a standard practice for all of our pipeline projects, have several noise and dust mitigation measures. For the noise, probably the largest one is that we actually delay the start of construction. So we will only be doing construction from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. The open cut will be a Monday to Friday operation. As far as the dust, we are actually required by the Air Control District to have certain measures. Some of those have to do with the way we load the truck so that there is no dust leaving the truck as we're hauling dirt away. If we are leaving materials on the street, those either need to be covered or watered or stabilized in some way so that they do not blow around. So there are measures that are part of the current EIR, but just part of our typical project work.
And maybe, assuming this does go through and as the construction is being done, it might be helpful to get updates to the council on those as well. The last speaker, and I appreciate, it's easy. I don't live in the area. I'm not the elected council member for District 7 like my colleague, the deputy mayor to my right. So it's a lot easier for me to say what I say. But I am sensitive. My 6 years in the Port Commission, I think, makes me particularly sensitive about what's going on down there as well, because I know the challenges that they face. I wish, based on the last speaker, that time was not of an essence, but it is, because we have a federal court order to do this project. And the concern that I have is that we don't meet the time limit. I recall asking the city attorney maybe 3 years ago, what's the penalties that we face? And at the time he mentioned between state and federal, if we don't complete this project in a reasonable amount of time. And the answer was approximately $85,000 a day. And yes, the city pays that, but who pays the city? It's the ratepayers, it's the residents. So I want to be sensitive to the concerns, but I also want to be sensitive to the ratepayers throughout the entire city who are paying for this project, and that I think it's important that we really do try to stay as close to schedule as we can so we can meet our timeline goals. So that was a kind of a question and comment at the same time. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
And next we have Councilmember Brown, followed by Deputy Mayor Schrader.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just wanted to say, I've always advocated for the City of Ventura's sustainability, and I'll continue to do so. And I think this project is an example of us attempting to meet that vision that we as a council and our protocols have established and set forth. And, I think it's important for us to ask these questions, just a lot of it mainly so that the public can be privy to the information that some of us may already be privy to, or maybe that was missed. But also, to also make sure that we get just in general answers to our questions. And I appreciate you guys sitting through the process and being patient and kind in your responses. I just wanted to add that there was a well that was recent, a couple of years back in Montalvo, that was added. I think it was well number 3 or 4 or something like that. Which one was it? Do you remember?
Right, we have mound well number 3.
Well, mound well number 3. And I bring that up because you all mentioned horizontal directional drilling that will occur and that it would only be 2 days. I just wanted to suggest at the public that we had what was, I believe, would be called vertical directional drilling. And we heard pounding for months, not 2 days. And it felt like, and it felt kind of, it was difficult to get through. I understood the necessity, however, and the community did tolerate the impacts temporarily. And mainly it was just the sound, and that was for the greater good. And I just wanted to suggest that in the same way that as we get our streets resurfaced over the entire city, as we try to improve our infrastructure throughout the city, whether that's water infrastructure or anything else, that we unify together for the greater good for the entire community. So thank you again for the presentation.
And now we have Deputy Mayor Schrader, followed by Councilmember Sanchez Palacios.
I want to thank the speakers for not only coming and taking the time, but what I really liked is all 3 of you recognize that big picture, we need water help. And that means a lot to me because you're not just coming up here complaining, that you understand that there's a big issue here. So from a staff standpoint, what's the approximate time it'll take when we dig along Anchor's Way? Is that a 9-month project? Is that a 2-month project?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Schrader, we anticipate that it will be 6 to 8 months of work on Anchor's Way.
As we move forward, I plead to your staff and your communications team to constantly reach out to the wonderful people that live at the mobile home park, the Keys, and in that area around. And I think we're going to have to over-communicate. We're going to have to go out there more than once. We're going to have to tell them how we're going to mitigate. But at the end of the day, there's going to be noise, and there's going to be more traffic in that area. I'm familiar with that area, and I used to live in a mobile home. So I'm really sensitive to the iconic living that you have right now. It's absolutely a wonderful place. It's one of the best mobile home parks, got to be in California. So if I lived there, I wouldn't want the digging outside my mobile home either. I don't know where I'm going with this. There's no way for us to accomplish what we want to get from a water standpoint. If we don't go down Anchor's Way, we have to spend more money, and we have to go down Harbor Peninsula and then go by a school. And if we dig by the school, I imagine we'll have quite a few people, parents in here and kids. So I appreciate, I really do, where you're coming from, and I wouldn't be happy if I were you. Please over-communicate with these good people. Thanks.
And now we have Councilmember Sanchez Palacios.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and my colleagues did touch on a couple of the items that I had. I know you, thank you again for mentioning the mitigation efforts, because I know we discussed that as well. I think I heard you say earlier in regards to the sound wall, there's no determination yet as to how tall it would be, is that correct? How would you determine that?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez Palacios, we actually have a noise study underway right now that will help us to determine what the background noise is, how much noise that particular construction equipment makes, and be able to determine how high that wall is to help mitigate that sound.
Okay. And then Deputy Mayor Schrader alluded to the alternate routes. I know we talked about that as well. Partly the sediment that's there in some locations was not stable. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that so that the public can know that other alternatives were sought?
Sure. We actually did some extensive studies in 2018 about where the location of the outfall would be. And we actually looked at repurposing some pipelines that were out in the ocean already. None of those were feasible for a number of different reasons. We actually looked at being able to take that pipeline straight out from the reclamation plant itself. There were a number of issues involved with the substrate in the ocean there, and also where we would be initiating the horizontal directional drill. So those made that very technically challenging to locate the outfall there. And so it was, the outfall was located at Marina Park as probably the best site to be able to accomplish this.
Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you to my colleagues for all the comments. And I also just want to thank you all for the work that's been going on and for the work that will begin. A lot of the work that is coming up. I also want to thank the residents for coming out and sharing your concerns. And I also would like to second the over-communication. I think it'll be important for us to have as much communication as possible and make sure that our residents know exactly when it will be happening, and also knowing the importance of this project. So I think through this process, we do need to be patient and need to take into account what this project will do for the greater benefit of the whole city. And so I think the best thing we can do is communicate with each other when this project starts. And with that, if there are no additional, or there are additional comments?
Yes, Mayor, if I may, I haven't made any actual comments, just questions so far. So, you know, I appreciate where Deputy Mayor Schrader is on this. You know, when I look at the blue route and the red route, they're both going to disturb a lot of people. And the mitigation only goes so far. And in terms of what this is, an addendum to the EIR, I do trust that staff can take the mitigation measures from the blue route and apply them to the red route as best they can. And so with that, I would be supporting staff's recommendation. I will note in terms of the saving the $1 million, that for me is not a motivation. I remember when this was going to be a $55 to $75 million project. And, you know, $1 million is, well, you know, it's 1/3% of the cost. And I'm concerned, of course, that it's going to be more than $300 million by 2025. All that said, I will be supporting this, just with the caution that the port is an incredibly important district, and we need to have good relationships with the port. We need to fix our relationships with the port. Thank you, Mayor.
Next, we have Councilmember Friedman, followed by Councilmember Halter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to make the motion. I would move that we adopt a resolution certifying the City Council has reviewed and considered for information contained in the addendum and adopting the addendum to the certified final environmental impact report for Ventura water supply projects, including the Ventura Water Pure Program, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Second. I second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Halter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say a couple things, and that's, one, I really appreciate the speakers that came up to speak. Very good input. and something for us to be cognizant of as we move forward. I think there's been a lot of good work put into this. I know how technical things like this are, and it's fascinating to me as an engineer by background. But I also know that, you know, my mother spent 17 of her best years at the Marina Mobile Home Park. It's a very idyllic place to be. And she told me that every single morning, that this is just, she couldn't believe she didn't move down here sooner. So she just loved every single day. So anything we could do to help mitigate any sound issues, dust issues, every day is important to every one of us, but especially to people when they start getting up in age. You never know, you know, and I want to make sure that every day that they have there is as idyllic as my mother had for 17 years. I know they also just went through many years of watching the port side go up. So they're already inconvenienced to a large extent with that project. So let's do everything we possibly can to mitigate any negativity that may happen in that neighborhood for that period of time. Okay, so, but with that, I will be supporting the motion.
All right, are there any additional comments from council members? If there are no additional comments, then I think we are ready to proceed with the vote.
Okay, on item number 14, you should be able to go ahead and enter your vote now. Okay, 7 ayes and the motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, we will take a council break and we will be back for the rest of our agenda. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. We will continue with our agenda. So next on our agenda, we have item number 15, policy consideration for financial policy review. And this item will be introduced by Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to start out by saying, as you recall, the last meeting earlier in September, I requested that the council direct staff to bring back a policy review for us to, for you as a public to see and have the opportunity to weigh in on and make comments on regarding your concerns under a fully agendized item. I was directed by city attorney and staff to put it in writing in lieu of a gray area left by council protocols, of which we will review at some point in October on this item. Today, that item is, of course, on the agenda. And before we get started, I just wanted to ask that our discourse be rigorous but respectful, intentional but thoughtful, and direct but without attack. Because regardless of, our feelings about it, I think we can communicate how exactly we feel in that, remaining that way. I also wanted to mention that as the Council of Seven, we will continue to do our due diligence regarding confidential matters related to personnel which are prohibited from public discussion. However, your input and opinions regarding anything related to this matter is welcome, but understand that some aspects that we may be unable to respond to by law. So this is an attempt on behalf of the public to remain true to our city's values of transparency and fiscal responsibility. Those have always been our goals and will remain so. So we have 3 of these, that's why this item has us reviewing 3 of our policies. So public trust, fiscal responsibility are crucial to effective government. Policies are implemented to ensure that the use of public funds is transparent and appropriate. Recently, of course, the members of public questioned certain expenditures on city credit cards. The use of city credit cards is regulated by administrative financial policies. The questions raised did suggest that a more thorough review of the policies could be needed or required in order to reinforce these regulations. Those 3 policies are guidelines for city expenditures related to employee events and meetings, authorization and allowance for travel and meeting expenses, and city credit card policy programs. We are going to review those, receive the response from the finance department, and receive draft updates that have been created as a result. So without further delay, we can go ahead and ask. So is Mr. Kuhn here today?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Brown. Mr. Kuhn is actually remote today, but he is on the call, so he will be on the screen here with us, and he will be ready to walk the council through the policy, whichever one you want to take first.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes,
I'm
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
I'm just awaiting your direction.
Oh, okay. City Clerk, you're working on it?
He's here and on the call and ready to go. The screen will be switching over momentarily, but go
Oh,
ahead with your
gotcha.
presentation.
There you are. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Councilmember Friedman?
Thank you. Michael, can you, and thank you for being here. I know you're under the weather. Are you able to just maybe hit the high points of the most meaningful changes that you are suggesting in your draft report for us?
Wait a second, point of order. I had asked that he just review everything, the questions that were asked that were related to the email that was attached to the staff report, and I'd like us to kind of stick to that. I don't want us to change course. I think I'd prefer us to just remain on this, on the same path at this point.
So I can start out with reviewing the kind of like I said, the processes in place, kind of in response to the email. And Councilwoman Brown, are you referring to the email that was sent out by Mr. McIntyre?
So yes, you can refer to the staff report and just do exactly what it says, which is review the policy in general as it relates to the items raised in the email, and then address some of the items from the email, and then those amendments or suggestions that staff drafted in response to those concerns that were raised in the email.
Okay. Let's see. All right, can you all see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So starting off with just the, some of the questions. Some of the questions regarding the credit card statements, how are credit card statements reviewed? I have here just briefly a chart that outlines the process that is followed for credit card statements. So if you look at the credit card policy, which is one of the policies included, it walks through what is required before a credit card statement is paid. So it starts out with the card holder. The card holder, there's about 120 in the city. And they receive their statement. They attach all relevant documents and receipts, and then they sign that, saying everything's correct. Then that packet of information goes to their direct supervisor, who then reviews it, checks for compliance with policies and signs it. And then sometimes the department head and the direct supervisor are the same. But then the department head also reviews all documents. Our policies state that it is actually the department head that's responsible for the overall compliance check, and then the department head signs, and the credit card statements are forwarded to purchasing. Once in purchasing, the purchasing department verifies that all the required documents are attached, receipts, etc. Then they also review to make sure that the policies were complied with. And then if purchasing finds anything that may be questionable, they escalate that until there's a resolution. So for example, in the email, it was referenced the multiple charges for meals that exceeded the per diem limits. So that was, like I said, flagged in purchasing, escalated until resolution was reached. But in the resolution there being that the current policy states that with a department head approval, that the per diem meal limit can be exceeded. And then And then after, like I said, after purchasing's done, after everything's been resolved, then the credit card statement gets sent to account payable, who verifies the calculations and the account coding, and then they process the payment. So that's a high-level overview of our current kind of credit card review process, kind of what's outlined in our policies there. And then, and then here's a travel expense review process. So very similar to the prior process, but there are some differences in that travel expenses don't go to purchasing. So the traveler, upon returning within 15 days, compiles their expense report. Like I said, they attach all the same things, and then they sign it saying this expense report is complete. Their direct supervisor typically then reviews it before, in the end, it's forwarded along to the department head. Once again, the department head is responsible for reviewing all the documents, checking compliance with policies, and then on this one, it is, on the travel expense reports, it's the traveler and the department head that are the two signatories. And then once that is signed, it's submitted to AP, who then, like I said, they verify the calculations are correct. So for example, if they're, if someone is using an outdated mileage reimbursement rate, or if someone, and they'll verify more frequently than not, some of the calculations that are corrected have to do with mileage and just accurately stating mileage. And then they also go and they look at all the documentation, they look at the policies, and they escalate when potential violations occur. For example, with the wine that was accidentally purchased on the credit card, that was escalated and rectified through our internal processes. And then at that time, before the expense report was ever finalized, that amount was deducted from the total reimbursement, and the city was made whole for, in that instance, for the wine. That's a typical process on expense reports. Usually, as we're going through the expense report, if there's something like that, the city will be made whole by deducting it out of a reimbursement. And then once all that's settled, the process then is moved forward for payment. And so this is just a high-level overview of those processes. And then I know Councilmember Brown, you asked about kind of some of the changes. Like I said, at this point, there's 3 different policies. Staff has drafted policy revisions for one policy, current one, the one being, and the most high priority one being the travel expense policy. Let me stop sharing my screen here real quick. And then there we go. And then, so like I said, staff has drafted policy changes, which are included as information in the packet. Some of the key changes in the travel policy would be to require that the travel reports are, that travel approval and then the final travel expense reports for charter officers or the city manager, city attorney, are approved by the mayor or designee. There's a more refined description added for local business meals.
Mr. Kuhn?
Yes.
May I stop you right there? Can you cover the second item B before you go to that, to that one, which was the review of, I don't know if you want me to read it verbatim, but I don't know if it's in front of you or not.
I can pull it up.
Which would be receive response from Finance Department regarding city expenditures specific to recent travel and credit card use by city management. That was before the received draft updates, which is C.
Yeah, and
so just basically taking the email and given the response from the Finance Department's research or investigation or response to public requests, in addition to what comments were provided to the council by city management, but also, walk us through what you did to review the policy as it relates to the concerns and your findings as far as the policy is concerned that was established and what occurred.
Yes, and so like I said, as I was walking through those two prior examples, I included in the walkthrough 2 examples from the email. So basically, kind of in the categorization there, in the email, I believe that's being referenced, there was just multiple, like I said, meals that exceeded the per diem, and then there was the wine, bottle of wine, and then there also was the extra tip that was pointed out.
Mr. Kuhn, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'll help you out. So I have it in front of me, so I'll just list it, and then you just make the response. You may have touched on some of it earlier, but I just want to, for the benefit of the public, to just go through each one, okay? So there was, in the email, it said violations of the Brown Act, and then the response was, as council's aware, the topic has been addressed and previously, and there were no violations. What? And then you can respond.
As a CFO, the Brown Act is not my area of expertise.
Okay, so we'll skip that one. Bottle of wine at a dinner during the 2021 Cal Cities Conference. Go.
Yes, and I explained that in the example of the walkthrough that I gave for the expense report. That was caught by staff using our internal processes and corrected before reimbursement was ever made on the expense report.
Okay, thank you. So as we walk through this, if you've already made the explanation, that's fine. You don't have to repeat that you made the explanation. I just want to walk through it on benefit of the public because this is how they made the questions. And I just wanted to make it clear and direct and easy, and then we can move on. Dinner cost expenditures at a dinner, executive team building. I'm assuming that was, I don't know.
Yeah, so these are the dinner costs where, and looking at the, and reviewing it, it went through the process, it was flagged as a potential violation by purchasing. At the end of the day, the determination was made that with department head approval, the policy grants for exemptions above the of the per meal allowance rates that were stated in the policy.
Right, that's my understanding. And which policy was that under? Do you
So
recall?
that's 14.9, the travel and meeting expense policy.
The travel and expense policy.
That's the one. That is the policy that has currently been has drafted updates for.
Right. So if this happens to be the one that's the largest concern, you have created amendments to the policy that addresses this one specific concern, correct?
Yes, there are amendments to the policy that are designed to address concerns that have been brought up.
Okay, and then the last one is the culminating dinner during the 2021 Executive Team Builder.
Yes, and this looks at similar response to the prior one. Now, there is a separate policy for meetings that covers the specifically retreats and trainings.
Yes.
And that is a policy that we do not yet have drafted updates for.
But it is attached in this report, correct? Which one is that one?
Correct. The current policy is attached, and that one is, I am almost there. Just can't remember the number off the top of my head.
If I may help, it's AP 1217.
Yes.
What is it called? Just to say the full name.
Guidelines for city expenditures related to employee events and meetings.
Events and meetings. Okay, great. So if I,
Expenditures related to employee events and meetings.
events and meetings. Okay, great. So if I were to summarize, or sorry, did you have something else to add, Mr. Kuhn?
Oh, I was just going to add to that, so in that policy and in the travel policy, it mentions the 20% tip. And like I said, we haven't got to the updates in the meeting policy yet, but you'll see as we talk about the updates in the travel policy, there has been some stronger language regarding to overtipping added.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that there's 3 different policies that cover the concerns that were brought forth by the public. And one of them related to conferences and meetings has a separate policy other than the credit card travel policy. And in that policy, there is an allowance that's not allowed in the credit card policy for, you know, management approval for expenditures that may exceed the normal amount or suggested amount.
So both policies would allow for a higher amount with department head authorization.
Okay, I appreciate that. And the changes that are being proposed, which you're about to review, essentially attempt to possibly close that gap.
Yes.
Okay, so if you can go ahead and walk us through the changes now. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Okay. So like I said, as was mentioned, there's really the 3 policies. There's the credit card policy, there's the meetings policy, and then there's the travel policy for simplistic. And so right now we're just talking about, there's been draft changes to the travel policy. That the meat of the items, we felt that would be, most beneficial to focus the time there first. So like I said, so one of the key changes would be that the city manager, city attorney, all their travel related items would need to be approved by the mayor or the mayor's designee. There's an added definition or expanded definition for local business meals. And then for the policy would remove the exemption for department heads to approve meals over the allowance and would require that any meal over the allowance be reimbursed by the employee. Now, there would still be some exceptions. For example, if someone were attending a meeting where they are required to be there and a representative of the city, and that meeting they're going to charge $50 for the meal. That, like I said, with pre-approval, could still be approved. So basically, there would, with pre-approval for certain things, and for certain high-cost cities, there could be a pre-approved increase above what is allowed in the policy. But in general, any amount spent above the policy, the employee would be required to be financially responsible for that. And those policies, and so that would, and in developing, and so with that, there's been going to, in the proposed policy, there's a distinct split between per diem and a meal allowance. In the old policy, it taught everything referred to the per diem. And the per diem really is a federal rate that's set up to allow for some allowances without receipts. And any per diem granted above the federal rates could be a taxable income. And so really the proposed policy changes split this into 2 different categories. So where there'll be per diems, which can be requested prior to travel and claimed, but then also there's a separate meal allowance policy. And this is in line with how the county handles their policy with the per diem rate and a separate meal allowance. And while not the same, the proposed meal allowances are similar to the county's policy that is now a few years old. But in general was based off of what would, the meals were based off what would it take to purchase a reasonable meal at Ventura restaurants to include tax and up to a 20% tip. And so basically you're going to have your, hey, here's the rate for if you're traveling out of town, you can take the per diem, and that's set by the federal standards, or there's this alternative meal allowance, which is basically a rate based off the rate of how much it costs to eat a reasonable meal at local restaurants. And then, and that's really a high level summary of the key changes to the travel policy.
Thank you. And I just want to acknowledge, I can tell you're very much under the weather. And I appreciate you being here to make this presentation, because I thought it was really important for the public to hear those responses. So does that conclude your presentation, or?
Yes, that's all the information I have, but also available for any questions there may be.
All right, questions? Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor, and Mr. Kuhn, I really appreciate your being here. Mayor, I'm sure I speak for the council when we all say that, hey, your health matters, and, you know, I don't want this to be a burden on you, so if there's an issue, just please let us know, okay? I'll get right to it. How many employees in the city are exempt from the meal allowances?
So there's not a number. It's just in general, the current policy allows for a director to exempt a meal for any employee.
So would a department head who wants to eat lunch, can they approve their own exceeding of the meal allowance?
Under the current policy, yes.
Thank you. You mentioned the receipt with wine. You said it was a typical response. How often does it happen that your staff catches a purchase of alcohol and has to intervene?
I can think of 2 occasions since I've been with the city the last almost 3.5 years.
Thank you. Was one of those with Mr. McIntyre?
Yes.
Thank you. In addition to the one we're talking about?
No, 2 occasions, including the one we're talking about.
Thank you. Okay. When you mentioned the bottle of wine and the tip, and I have, of course, the documents that were provided to retired DA's investigator Glenn Overly, former police detective Glenn Overly. When I look at that one that has the wine and the excessive tips, I appreciate and I understand that Mr. McIntyre, and Mr. McIntyre, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe wholeheartedly that you had no intention of double tipping. I believe that.
That is correct. There was no
Yes.
intention. The original bill,
It had a
because there
service
was a
charge.
large number of attendees, included the tip, and I did not realize that.
Yeah, no, I understand that completely. I understand, what I see on this form, it talks about the need for, it says excessive tips and meal allowance overages, wine to be reduced. I think we've now learned that meal allowances don't apply. But the excessive tip, I see that the wine was repaid. Was the tip ever repaid? The
Yes, it
$100?
has been.
Thank you. And yeah, because that doesn't show up on the form. The $115 is removed, but if there was some other form, I don't believe it was turned over in the Public Records Act request. It would be nice to have that. What about the portion of the tip, the mandatory 20% service charge that would have been due to the $115 bottle of wine? Was that
Not
reimbursed
adjusted
to the
for.
city?
That was not adjusted for.
Thank you. Can you please, at some point, provide us with the documentation about the tip being reimbursed?
Yes.
Thank you. You talked a little bit about making changes to the local meal policy. As I read it, the local meal policy has a couple restrictions on how it may be used, and I hope you'll correct me if I'm wrong. One is that it should include somebody who is not a staff member. Is that correct?
That is one of the general rules, yes.
Well, is it a general rule, or is this in policy?
Well, I mean, that's one of the.
14.9.8.
In fact, I think it's kind of the opening rule in the policy, but there's more to it in that paragraph than just
There
that
is
one
more
statement.
to it. So a local business meal is defined as an official city business meeting including participants other than city staff, conducted with a 100-mile round trip from the city. Employees will be reimbursed at the per diem rate with the receipt. Later on, it says a local business meal should not be used for more than 2 city staff unless it is related to employee recognition, which is a whole separate category. Is that correct?
Yes, there's a whole separate policy for employee recognition.
So my time is running short in this round, but I want to make sure I fully understand this. So if staff wants to take, let's say, a job applicant out for lunch, that's fine as long as it includes no more than 2 staff members. Is that correct?
So there's a specific policy that also addresses interviews.
Yes. Yes,
And in that policy, it is also it does also state 2.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Well, let's instead say a consultant working for the city. Let's say Matt Ramey, who is in charge of the General Plan Advisory Committee. If staff wanted to take Matt Ramey to lunch, it should be limited to 2 staff members. Is that correct?
So with the policy, the limit would be 2.
Thank you. And would it be appropriate for 2 staff members to go to lunch and have a local business meal if there was nobody there who was not on staff?
Yes, as long as it's in lines with the employee recognition policy.
So it could only happen as an employee recognition policy, under the employee recognition policy. Thank you. Those are my questions for this round, Mayor.
All right, do we have additional questions from other council members? Councilmember Brown.
Just wanted to follow it up. So in your purview or your opinion, Mr. Kuhn, was the policy followed?
So with regards to the questions in the email that we just that you went over with me, Councilmember Brown, where there were violations of the policy, where and the descriptive action was called for in the policy, that descriptive action was taken.
Okay, so because of the descriptive action which was allowed in the policy, then the policy was followed according to the protocols. And I think on page 2, when it talks about accounts payable followed the appropriate policy in order to catch, which is what's written into the policy essentially. Correct?
Yes, and one of the things, point being is, the current policy, did not include any provisions for corrections of over tipping, but that's one of the things that is included in the draft. So obviously that was found that, yes, that was a mistake. But, in looking at past history, in the city and making sure that all employees are treated, at the same level, no employee had ever been required to compensate the city for over tipping. That was one of the reasons why, like I said, there just wasn't policy that allowed us to make that correction.
Thank you. And the ethical perception of wrongdoing sometimes is not necessarily, there's no ability to capture that in policy, correct?
I mean, you can never capture every possibility in a policy. I mean, you can try your best, right, to design rules that are that will allow you the appropriate flexibility to make sure that that appropriate corrective actions are taken.
Right, and the appropriate corrective action is that the accounts payable reviewing and then catching and then the reimbursement. That is essentially what that part of the policy is created to address, correct?
Correct, and in that those provisions specifically are strengthened in the new proposed policy.
Okay, and how quickly could policy amendments first, I also wanted to ask, these administrative policies are changed and corrected per city charter under the purview of city management, correct? This is not a council doesn't have the ability to change these policies by council. I mean, we can give council direction, obviously, to city management, but this is administrative policy.
There are a very small handful of APMPs, or the administrative policies, that are approved by city council. One of those being the grant policy, the other one being the financial policies that city council approves every year with the budget.
Right.
But in general, the vast majority of the administrative policies are, like I said, overseen by the city manager.
Thank you. And so the second part to that was how quickly could amendments be turned around so that it can apply for future travel?
So how quickly can, so, I mean, in general, you know, I'd probably say it takes about a month, sometimes maybe a little bit more, depending on the policy, if there needs to be a meet and confer with various different labor groups. But in general, like I said, you know, it's not a very time-intensive process. And like I said, you know, for this travel policy, like I said, it's already been drafted. It would not take, so I don't have an exact date, but like I said, it would be a matter of weeks before could be fully implemented.
Thank you. Every time you swallow, like my throat hurts. I'm so sorry.
Well, just saying, my throat hurts a lot less than it did yesterday. So it's just,
Okay.
I'm a little more congested today, so.
And the receipts that were requested, are they available? Because I heard you mention earlier that there's a provision within the policy that that receipts aren't always required, and because there's some provision for that. In this case, are there receipts available to be produced?
So in the case of the questions that were brought up in the email, receipts have been produced for all of those. The only instance where we wouldn't have receipts is if someone claimed the federal per diem. And that's basically just saying, you know, they're saying, hey, they're going to get the meal allowance. And then, for example, when I traveled to the Government Finance Officers Association's conference in June, I took the allowance, and then just used my own personal credit card for the meals. So there wouldn't be any receipts on city records for the meals, but I took the federally approved rates.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
And now we have Deputy Mayor Schrader.
Mr. Coons, we've got about 120 people who have a credit card that work for the city.
That is correct.
And you've worked here a little over 3 years?
Yes.
So they get monthly statements on their credit cards, right? So
yes.
If we multiply 36 months, which is kind of I know you've been here a little bit longer, times 12 statements and all that, I'm coming up with 4,300, I think, credit card statements. So how many times have you had to take actions as the CFO in the last 3 years because somebody has had a violation that was serious enough where you've had to revoke, reduce their credit?
There's been roughly 4 to 6, times where I've suspended someone's credit card, permanently reduced their limits due to continued violations of policy.
So 5 times in 3 years and 4,300 monthly statements. That's the. Okay, thank you.
Yes, and now, for example, I do not personally look at every one of those transactions, but they like to, as I would walk through in the process, all those statements are looked at.
I'm glad to hear you don't have to look at every one of them, so thank you.
Councilmember Sanchez Palacios.
Just a quick follow-up to Deputy Schrader's question. In regards to those cases and where you revoked or reduced credit card usage, were those self-reported, or did the system that we currently have in place catch those mistakes?
They were not self-reported. Some of them were within my own department, and so I caught them at the department level director review and implemented corrective actions. And then others they were elevated to me through the current process that we have.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Schrader, followed by Councilmember Johnson.
Were there any losses sustained in those 4 to 6 occurrences?
There were not really any tangible losses. It was just more, the more common, the most common one was using a credit card to and charging it to someone else's department without prior permission. There's a process in place where only certain people are allowed to build to certain account codes. There was one employee in particular who struggled following that policy, and so at one point their credit card was suspended for 30 days, and since then there hasn't been any problems.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I have a question actually for the city attorney, Mr. Hagelin. Mr. Hagelin, can council members accept a gift from the city?
Under the FPPC, you mean?
Under our city charter, which limits our compensation to $600 a month or $700 in the case of the mayor.
I would have to look into that question in more detail to see if what you're going at is if a council member could receive a meal under the credit card and that would exceed the authority under the charter. I'd have to look into that question.
Thank you. And if I may, Mayor, may I make a comment to explain something to the public on this topic? So in full disclosure, we as council, we do get meals, and it could be two different ways. So for example, tonight we had closed session at 5 p.m. When we arrive for closed session, there's food sitting out. Tonight it was Wood Ranch. And so there's just plates and, we don't individually order things. And so that's available for council members and staff as well, because we're starting at 5 p.m. and working through the dinner hour. There are also times when the city manager has taken council members to lunch. I will note that my name does not appear on that list, and it's not that I said no, it's that I was never asked. So thank you. Okay, so Mr. Kuhn, if I'm correct, this will be the third time that these policies have been amended in the past 3 years, 4 years. Is that correct?
So I don't recall the exact dates off my head when they were amended. I know that the employee meals and recognition policy was updated, I believe shortly prior to COVID. But the other policies, I believe, their last update predates my time with the city.
Thank you. Yeah, I see previous revisions, for example, for employee events and meetings being revised in November 2018 and October 1st, 2019. The meal for the one for travel and meal expenses, I see the revision was November 8th, 2018. Does that sound about right?
That is correct.
You said that the proposal here, and I think it's important to stress that council really has no official say in what these administrative policies and procedures are. You say that they're being strengthened in the new city policy. Can you please explain the changes that were made for local business meals?
Yeah, I am scrolling to that section.
Thank you.
There we are. Okay, so one of the things, as you read earlier, Councilmember Johnston, says, it talked about one or more, kind of participants other than city staff. So it was clarified that other than city staff could be city council. So that clarification was added. It struck the section talking about the per diem rate. Really, per diem is not designed for local travel, local meals. Like I said, per diem is more kind of a construct for business travel outside of the area based on the federal program. So changed to increase from no more than 2 staff to no more than 3 staff. And then there's, once again, and so then there's the notation added, like I said, about the kind of employee evaluations, which could fall under the appreciation policy, but so just kind of calling it out here. And then also there's the, the Mills job applicants policy that's kind of specifically referred to as well by reference.
Thank you so much. And so were these changed because we discovered that, that our current administrative policies and procedures were not really reflective of practice?
So I think in part they were changed just because they were vague. I mean, there wasn't really, like I said, I think 2 people, for example, with the, non-city staff, I think, there was room for people to interpret that as, well, where does city council fall into that, right? So there's some room for interpretation. So I think there is just kind of, specifying that out, because kind of, like I said, staff's interpretation was that city council did not include staff. Was kind of listed on the others. So it was just kind of calling that out, like I said, and then in part, like I said, the annual evaluation could be tied to the employee recognition policy. And so really it's just kind of helping bring in line with what is seen in the other policies that the city has.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm not sure what would be vague. If we look at April 29th, 2021, we have a meal at the Social Tap for a total of $90.31. That would be Mr. McIntyre, Mr. Ali Khan, Ms. Sumansky. And it says Aaron Berry. I don't know if that means Aaron Berry and Barry Fisher. That would be 4 or 5 people and nobody from outside staff. Is the meal policy vague on that count?
Like I said, it would, I don't have enough information to determine, what the purpose, what the intent of that meeting was. Like I said, I just, there's not enough information based off the facts that were presented.
Well, would that's not an employee recognition. Is there some other category?
It could be employee recognition.
Okay.
I mean, I wasn't at the meal.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly
Okay.
what was discussed at the meeting or
So
what
a week
transpired.
later, if I may, May 5th, 2021, Danny's Deli, $50.90. Mr. McIntyre, Mr. Fisher, and Chief Andaya, that's more than 2 people, yes?
Yes.
Yes, and there's nobody from staff there. And then we go to the next week, Immigrant Sun Cafe, Mr. McIntyre, Mr. Ali Khan, and you, Mr. Kuhn, you were there. That's 3 staff and nobody from the outside, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Mayor, I have about 24 more to go through. I'm going to let my colleagues, if they have more, I don't mean to take up too much time.
Councilmember Friedman, followed by Councilmember Sanchez Palacios.
Yeah, Mr. Johnson brought up something that I wasn't aware might exist. Is there a listing or an accounting of times that staff takes council members out to lunch and actually pays for the council members?
From a finance perspective, we do not have a list of that.
Okay, thank you. And the reason I bring that up is the council members do receive a $200 stipend to cover meals, so there should be really hardly any occasion where the city council members wouldn't, if having a lunch with the city manager or the city attorney, where they would not be paying for themselves, but rather have the city manager pay. And that's why I was wondering if that's happening. I'm kind of curious to know Who's taking advantage of that? It just seems like that's, the extra $200 came to fruition years ago. I think it was about 1996. And the council members used to have to provide documentation for that $200. And it just became very cumbersome. And it was also non-taxable if you provide the documentation. But it was changed around that time to just be simply $200, which now became taxable to the council members. So again, I was just wondering where we stood on that as far as any kind of a listing or accounting of that happening. So that was really all my questions, and I'll have comments when we're in the comments stage.
Councilmember Sanchez Palacios?
Yeah, thank you for that. Just a quick question in regards to the changes. I appreciate the different versions of the administrative policy and procedure that we received, but I'm just curious if I missed in terms of what are the reasons for those changes? Like, is there any explanation anywhere as to why these changes would occur?
So are you talking about the previous changes?
Right. Like, why, why would a policy procedure be changed in a new version of the policy procedure? Are there any explanations anywhere that the public can refer to as to why something was changed or updated? I know some of the dollar amounts on the either lunches or per diems are different now, but any explanation as to why they are different? Just for even more transparency for the public.
Yeah, so if you're talking about the proposed policy in particular, there are comments that talk about the reason for and kind of what the new meal allowances are based off of.
Yeah, I saw those, but previous to, I guess the changes that have occurred previous to that, because you're bringing changes to us that were requested, but before then, there were changes. And so I'm just curious if there's any explanation as to why those changes occurred.
There may be records that exist, but there's no formal log of reasons for changes.
And those are at the discretion of the department head, city manager?
So for the vast majority of APMPs, like I said, I did acknowledge a couple exemptions earlier, but it's at the discretion of the city manager.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you because you kind of coughed midway.
Sorry. So with like I said, I did point out a couple of exemptions, like I said, with the grant policy, with the financial policies that are approved by city council, but the vast majority of the administrative policies, the authorization, the changes are approved by the city manager.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. And again, to my colleagues, I don't wish to step on anybody's time. I appreciate Councilmember Friedman's question about council members have their own little budget that we can use. So Mr. Kuhn, I don't have this printed out. I believe it was the meal in Sacramento with the filet mignon and the $50 New York steaks. Is that correct?
I believe the filet mignon was the one at the executive retreat.
At the executive retreat. Okay, thank you. So this was the one that had the wine purchase.
No, the wine purchase was the one in Sacramento.
The wine purchase was the one in Sacramento, and that's the one that included 2 officials from Thousand Oaks. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Do we know if the officials in Thousand Oaks have their own reimbursement policy?
They do have a travel policy.
They do. Okay, thank you. I see as well, we'll come to one where Alex Nguyen, the city manager of Oxnard, we bought a lunch for him. Is that a standard practice, Mr. Kuhn?
I mean, I don't know, but it could be allowable under the, could be allowable under the policy. If, I think in part it would depend on, the nature of the meeting, what's being discussed, are we, but I mean, it would be, like I said, not knowing the exact circumstances of the meeting, but I could see how it would be allowable under the policy.
Thank you. And because the per diem limits don't apply, correct? The meal allowances?
So the per diem limits can be exceeded with department head approval.
And the city manager can approve his own overages?
Yes.
Thank you. So, we left off on May 12th, 2021, the next day at Lure, $80.40. Mr. McIntyre, Mr. Ali Khan, Mr. Gilly, and Ms. Zaire. Did your department raise a red flag on that one?
I don't know. I can't recollect, all the instances.
If it had been, would it have been included in the Public Records Act request for all this documentation?
It depends. Sometimes it's, it depends on whether or not documentation is attached to the statement itself.
And is that normally the case, that it's attached to the statement itself?
I mean, historically, there's been a little change in practice recently. Historically, there would be kind of a list generated, and then the supervisor over AP would typically bring a list that was discussed.
Thank you. I ask because I know we do have memos that were released as part of the Public Records Act request by Mr. Overly that were emails from staff about the policy violations and the corrective measures that need to be taken. Okay. May 25th, 2 trees, $40.70, Mr. McIntyre and Mr. Ali Khan. Would that be a violation?
Once again, it's hard to say without knowing the details of all the meetings.
Well, do you think that could count as an employee recognition?
Potentially, like I said, without the details of a meeting, it's hard to say. And then
Thank you. May I ask how many employee recognitions department is allowed to do under our policy in a year?
2.
Thank you. July 23rd, Anacapa Brewing, Mr. McIntyre and former city attorney Greg Diaz. All the ones I've mentioned, I will point out, are above the meal allowance, but was that one caught? I noticed the city attorney was there. Were there no red flags?
Once again, I don't currently have a record of all the red flags that have come up.
But you've only had between 4 and 6 issues in the last 3 years?
So between 4 to 6 instances where someone's credit card has been suspended or their purchasing limits reduced.
Thank you. Was that ever the case for Mr. McIntyre?
Yeah.
Thank you. Finney's Craft House for $113 for 3 people. Mr. McIntyre, Mr. Gillian, Mr. Ali Khan. We have, to Mr. Friedman's question, on July 28th, a lunch at Lure for $48.22 with Mr. McIntyre and Councilmember Brown. August 6th, Finney's Craft House, $113. Mr. McIntyre, Mr. Gilly, Mr. Ali Khan, Ms. Zaire, Mr. Gilly, and our consultant, Matt Ramey. And Matt Ramey is not a staff member, is that correct?
That's correct, that Matt Raymond's not a staff member.
But that's 5 employees, is that correct?
Your count is accurate.
Thank you. So then we have at the Lazy Dog on August 19th. And so far, we're about 4 months into this list. We have Mr. McIntyre and Mr. Nguyen from the city of Oxnard. That would be allowed, is that correct?
So it depends on the nature of the discussion that occurred.
I would assume it was a business discussion, but it's fewer than 2 staff. It includes somebody who is not a staff member. And while it was over the $14 per meal allowance, since that doesn't apply, this one's okay, correct?
If, like I said, if it was signed by a department head, then it would be exempted, yes.
So does Mr. McIntyre sign his own paperwork?
Yes.
Thank you. And then, September 1st, Finney's Craft House for $41.48, lunch, Mr. McIntyre and Councilmember Sanchez Palacios. 2 days later at Palermo's, $17.12. You stayed below the limit. That was Mr. McIntyre and you. Now, Mr. Kuhn, this strikes me as an example where this could be something like a staff review. Is that correct? Do we have
That
a
is
policy
correct. That
allows
was my annual evaluation.
That's what I thought. Thank you. So that one is allowed. The 9th of September, Mr. McIntyre and...
Point of order.
Am I over time?
You're over your 5 minutes,
Thank
respectfully.
you. I've been looking at my computer. I will note that our protocols actually say 5 minutes for the first round and 10 following, but I'm happy to limit it to 5 minutes. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schrader.
Next, we have Councilmember Brown, followed by Councilmember Halter.
So first, I'd like to disclose that I did request that Michael Kuhn prepare for this meeting based upon the questions raised by the public. It appears as if, Mr. Kuhn, if you like to respond, it doesn't appear that adequate notice of additional questions raised outside of public concerns, Michael Kuhn didn't seem to have been prepared for. Mr. Kuhn, would you be able to bring back responses to the additional questions at some point in the future?
That is something that staff could do, yes.
Okay. To my colleague, Councilmember Johnson, I don't know if you'd like to email him.
Yeah, that is fine, especially because Mr. Kuhn is feeling ill. I will point out that this issue was raised in Glenn Overly's email that is part of tonight's agenda item. I'm simply going through the receipts. But I'm happy to have Mr. Kuhn bring this up. I will note that, we have meals, for example, here where, the lunch per diem is $14, and we have 11 staff going out, and they're spending $34 a person, and there was no red flag. Thank you, Mayor.
So, just to wrap up, I just want to also say, full disclosure, when you're doing city business and you meet during your lunch and you're at work and you stop and you're on your lunch break and you're meeting in an hour, you have lunch. And as was mentioned by many of my colleagues, I've had lunch with the city manager. My lunches didn't exceed, most of the time, $12 or $20. If I was in violation, I have no problem paying back $20 or $12 if necessary. I would also like to share with the public that I donate 200 hours of vacation time every year to make sure that I am an effective council member on this dais. That's a loss of more than $3,000 a year to me. What I don't want us to do is end up, kind of nitpicking between this and that and the other. What we wanted to make sure that we demonstrated to you is that there was a good faith effort to do the right thing, and that due diligence was met and that policy was followed. Again, there is areas of the policy that do need to be reviewed and improved, because we want to make sure that doesn't occur again in the future, and we want a little bit more clarification in the areas of policy that were admittedly vague. But at this time, I'm going to stop talking because I'm assuming we need to have public comment, and then it'll be brought back for us to have the opportunity to speak again, correct?
Mayor, if I may correct something I said that was an error?
Sure.
Thank you. So, I'm working off my little spreadsheet here. I wanted to be, I said that the lunch at Finney's with with 11 people, it was not $20 in excess of $14. My math was wrong. It was $6 in excess, because it was $20 was what they averaged per person, not $34. Thank you, Mayor.
And now we have Councilmember Halter.
Just a couple questions. Mr. Kuhn, do you feel that we have sufficient checks and balances in place in regards to our expense reporting and reimbursement? Or do you?
So I think,
Go ahead.
I think some of the reasons for the policy changes are to increase the enforcement of the building. Kind of, like I said, increase that. Obviously, I think there's always ways we can improve processes and always get better. I don't think a process is ever finalized, right? If we say it's finalized, we're probably going to catch ourselves. We're going to fall behind. So I think there's always room for continued improvement. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's. And I think as times change, as inflation happens, those are some of the reasons why, policy updates are needed.
Okay. Do you think that there's anybody that's purposely working the system and abusing the system?
No.
I thought we started this conversation out that the credit card policy is really not under our purview unless we decide to make it a policy consideration of the city council. Is that correct? It was usually up to staff, right, to make this policy, the policies relating to expenses?
That is correct. It's usually up for staff. Whether or not it could be up to city council is probably a question better for the city attorney, city manager.
Okay. What would you say there, Mr. Hagelin?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halter, yes, the council has within its purview to adopt a resolution or direct staff to set up a policy as the council sees fit.
But also in the past, historically, these expense policies have been pretty much left to the experts in the different departments and different directors, or perhaps city managers. Or has it been rightly wrong or good or bad? Has it ever been really the purview of the city council in the past that you know of? This is maybe not a fair question to ask you since you've only been here 3 years. I guess I just want to say is that I feel I'm at a loss because I don't have those policies memorized. So it makes me wonder, is there a record of the purpose of all these meetings in which people are getting reimbursed for? Because that might guide me to do a similar spreadsheet to what my colleague, Councilmember Johnson, has done, if I was so inclined. But without knowing the purpose of each meeting, I'm not quite sure that would be very effective, because I see there's different rules applying to different purposes and different numbers of people. I think in moving on is thinking about that. I know it's mind-boggling, I get it. But I'm thinking, as I look back on the year and a half plus on council going on 2 years, and I look at, man, for me being in the private sector, I kind of think that one, other than the trip to Washington, I've never used the credit card. Two is I'm used to the thing, hey, I take somebody out to lunch, they do it the next time. Whether or not that gets expensed is up to them. I don't really know. I know my intent is I don't expense it because it's part of my passion. It's what I do. So I think, again, I don't know if we're looking for the smoking gun or not on this conversation. I'm not quite sure exactly what this item number is really supposed to be, if it's about changing some of the policies, but I think I'll leave it there. I'm getting into deliberation. I'd like to hear some of the public's comments. So I'll just stop right there. Thanks.
All right. Mr. City Clerk, do we have public communications on this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've received 6 speaker cards on item number 15. Our first speaker this evening is John Caravello. John is going to be followed by Liz Campos.
All right. Hello. So just to help you out, Doug, I mean, you can read the policy and that will tell you how this stuff works. But I understand you're not going to memorize all this stuff. But speaking to this sort of, whatever you want to call it, impropriety that the public has brought forward, I wanted to just generally give props to especially Lori here for bringing to the attention, especially during last council meeting, and acknowledging that this sort of issue is structural. It's structural in nature, not simply a one-off sort of immoral act by bad apples. You still shouldn't do it. Like you should be more mindful of how you're using, ultimately funds that aren't yours. But I wanted to highlight that fact that Lori especially brought to the attention to the public and council that this is a structural issue and not a one-off, not simply something that will be taken care of through an audit. Not to say the audit shouldn't be done. Because I've been here for 3.5 hours, to give a 3-minute comment here, I'm just going to slip in something that I was going to put in general comment. I know I'm not allowed, but maybe I'll tie it in for you. Maybe instead of going out to so many fancy dinners, y'all can spend a little bit of time on, I don't know, the inclusionary housing ordinance that's been on the docket for quite a while now, given that housing is one of the bigger issues in the city. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Liz Campos. Liz Campos will be followed by Spencer Noren.
So there are a lot of questions in everybody's minds about this particular item and what's coming with it. Are we clarifying? Are we expanding the possibilities? Are we cutting back the possibilities? And that's the purview certainly of Mr. Coons. Government accounting is not easy. It's not like keeping a checkbook. It's not the same as regular accounting in business and industry. It's tough. But it's also tough to learn how we can comply with it. And the council, part of your responsibility here is to make sure that everything is followed properly by the book. You don't have to beat on Mr. Coons, he knows the rules. But you need to be sure that everybody under your leadership is doing things right. So the way this came to the public stirred up a lot of hornet's nest, maybe unnecessarily. But my request to you tonight is to accept your moral responsibility to stay on this from now henceforward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Spencer Noren, followed by Matthew Bello.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Council members, City of Ventura. Real briefly, I wanted to just touch on this policy consideration about the ivory tower syndrome. If you've heard of that before, it's a syndrome affecting the dedicated academic, staff who stays up in a tower studying and writing, avoiding the rest of the world, which also sometimes results in disconnect from others. And with that policy consideration being taken place, Mr. McIntyre, I'd like to ask you briefly, real fast. I took you to lunch 3 years ago, correctly, as Parks and Rec Commissioner. Who paid for the lunch? I did. Same thing with you, Mr. Ali Khan. 2.5 years, 3 years ago, we talked about water purification project and Parks and Rec at Cafe Fiore. Who paid for lunch? I did. So as a Parks and Rec Commissioner, I didn't receive free lunch either, just so everyone knows. Maybe that's why I'm standing here. But I also want to talk about not only the trip to Washington, D.C., trip to Sacramento, but most of the trip to Buellton and the timing of the trip to Buellton and who actually signed off on that credit card. And that was the Parks and Rec director, Nancy O'Connor. And her name, in my mind, needs to be brought up during this expenditures because the credit card and the credit card holder is ultimately one with responsibility, especially when you're a director of department. And while you're in Buellton doing that, having a motivational speaker for $10,000 to $15,000, I find to be outrageous. And at that same time, council members' chambers weren't even open. So while we couldn't meet publicly, staff is going up to Buellton to have a retreat. I find the disconnect to just be very unproportionate and actually very concerning. So on last note too, Mr. McIntyre, with due respect for you and the over tipping process in the service industry, which I've been part of for 20 plus years, we know when somebody over tips on the 20%, they didn't look at the receipt. That's a concern for me. So it's either negligence or intoxication. And that point, it's very concerning. Thank you.
Matthew Bello, followed by Patty Overly.
Spencer touched on some of what I was going to talk about, but I'm still going to share all the details. So if we go back to November 2021, I wrote a couple emails to city leadership, specifically asking them why our council chambers weren't open when other local legislative bodies were open, and I received no response. I didn't receive a response until a few days after the streamlining ordinance was passed in December. Just a reminder, November 2021, schools were open, theaters downtown were open, sports facilities were open. The council chambers were the only place where it seemed too dangerous to be at. Meanwhile, just a week after my emails, it appears that city leadership went to, I don't know, I thought it was Paso Robles, but I guess it was Buellton, and spent $27,000. We could see from the receipts that Glenn Oberly has provided us that they bought filet mignon and New York steak, and I'm sure they had a really good time. Sounds awesome, but we still didn't have our council chambers open for the rest of the year. I would like to think that no one on the council realized this happened. I can't really imagine a scenario where that was going on. So I have to say that putting all this together, I've lost an incredible amount of confidence in this council, especially the council's leadership, that they know that so many people went off to a retreat when the council's still closed. And me as a community organizer, I'm a volunteer trying to get people informed and empowered and participate in our civic process, who struggle to use the WebEx program and attend here. And we have concerns about streamlining and how our city is being overdeveloped and there's not enough thoughtful development. We couldn't even come to the council chambers for that. And every single person that spoke that wasn't associated with an organization, I may be wrong about one person maybe, was against the streamlining. Yet the council chambers were still closed and not accessible to the public. And I have to guess that many council members knew that $27,000 had just been spent up in Paso Robles. Maybe they didn't know that New York steak and filet mignon was eaten, but now that you do know that, there needs to be some accountability. I am incredibly disappointed in city leadership and in this council. I give you guys the benefit of the doubt so much. I've had so much patience with this council. I agree with Lori. This council is so bad that you guys deserve a raise. I really hope that there is a charter where you guys get the median income of the county, and I will fight for it like hell for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the time. Our next speaker is Patty Overly. Patty Overly will be followed by Glenn Overly. Patty, we're going to bring you over as a panelist now, and you'll be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me, Michael?
We can hear you, yes.
All I have to say is, wow, wow, wow. Listening to some of these city council members dance around this issue is unbelievable. We have an issue. We have our CFO sitting here admitting Councilmember Johnson went through, 10 examples. And Mr. Kuhn attended some of those meals and admitted they were incorrect. I don't know that the policy is the issue, although it is. How about some training for the executives? How dare our senior leaders in this city, the staff, who are making close to $300,000 a year, continue to knowingly violate these policies? And for the city council members who are dancing around it, because you go to lunch, you go to breakfast with the city manager. Sure, you're talking about business, but you're also friendly with him. You should all be recusing yourself from all of this. This is so unethical. If you worked for a corporation, you would be fired. This is unbelievable. I'm looking at that receipt from the meal, where you guys went up to the League of City Voters. Deputy Mayor Schroeder was there with the bottle of wine, the assistant city manager, the city manager, and the CFO. Mr. McIntyre submitted his expense report. The next day, the assistant city manager approved it with the bottle of wine on there. You guys are leaving that piece out. You're just saying it was caught by accounting. And another thing, aren't we short-staffed? Why are we creating all this work for accounting? You can't have it both ways, Mr. McIntyre. You can't say, oh my God, I'm short-staffed, I can't get people. But let me continue to mess up my expense reports and create work for these staff members who then have to challenge the city manager's expense report. I mean, are you guys hearing yourselves? Seriously, this is way out of control. And thank you, Mr. Johnson. You're the only one who brings it up in an objective manner and speaks to the facts. Nitpicking, it's not nitpicking. It's a rule. You have an amount, that's all you get. There's no nitpicking involved. Thank you for the time.
Our next speaker is Glenn Overly.
Michael, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Perfect. Greetings, council. Very interesting meeting tonight. I know it's important, as I hear from council members, that talk about themselves. I'm going to talk about myself tonight. Councilmember Brown, thank you for donating your vacation time. Look at from my perspective. I'm retired and I did not get paid to do this. I paid money for most of the records I have. My handicap has gone from a single digit in golf to 10 because I take my time doing this stuff. I was in law enforcement for 31 years. I worked for a municipal police department. I also worked for the Orange County District Attorney's Office. We always held to per diem. I understood what per diem meant. So when I looked at the records, which I got to first thank Jennifer Yates and also Vivian Avila. Councilmember Brown, thank you for authenticating everything that I've done, that it was true. I didn't make this stuff up. These are staff documents held by the city that council would never see had it not been for that request of those documents. So I didn't do anything spectacular other than take my time to go through documents and provide them to you guys. I had hoped that you would take action on it, but you haven't. Let me conclude my statement. I could go over a lot of different things, but Councilmember Brown, you talked about an email. I assume it's mine, but you weren't clear, so I don't know. I have two emails in front of me. One was dated August 17th, 2022 by Alex McIntyre. There are 5 points on there. I could go through each one of those if you would like and tell you why they're wrong. There's another document that I looked at that was prepared by Michael Kuhn. Very crafty document. But there's a point in there where it says the very last sentence. However, Mr. McIntyre later, on his own accord, reimbursed the city for the tip that was paid in addition to the gratuity. I would suggest to you that sometime between August 17th, 2022 and the date of this, September 22nd, 2022, that's when the payment was made, and it probably wasn't done voluntarily. But let me say this. Bringing this policy up for review is absolutely wrong. It's the cart before the horse. You need to do an audit, and that audit will find out what is the problems with the policy and then make recommendations to the city. Councilmember Brown, thank you for bringing this up. Thank you very much.
That concludes our speakers on item 15.
Thank you. And now we will turn it back to council. We have Councilmember Johnson, followed by Councilmember Friedman.
Thank you, Mayor. I've taken up plenty of everybody's time tonight. I will note that this is in 14.9. This is the big one, authorization and allowances. For travel and meeting expenses, city officials and employees are expected to exercise moderation and thriftiness when incurring expenses in connection with conducting official city business. We can talk about how meal allowances don't apply to the city manager because he is his own department head. What I don't see is moderation and thriftiness. There are so many meals here at Finney's Craft House and Lure, and there are a lot of people in the city for whom going to Lure for dinner is a big frickin' deal. That's like a 25th anniversary, you go to Lure. I work in this building. I'm here 3 days a week. I go downtown for lunch. I eat at like Cuernavaca, Snapper Jacks. I don't go to Lure because I guess I'm a thrifty person. I appreciate that my colleagues are tired of this. I think it's obvious some people want to shut me down. I will note for the record that today I asked the mayor to push this off to a different meeting, and I suggested that it go to FAB so that FAB could examine it in a different venue. And Mayor, when you asked me why, I said, I don't want to challenge the city manager or finance director on this and get people riled up with my questions about Glenn Overly's various allegations and the receipts and the emails. For example, there's no way filet mignon isn't
inflammatory. I know people who have never had filet mignon in a restaurant and will be justifiably angry they bought one for deputy city manager or whoever. So it's not that I was itching for this fight. I look forward to our next agenda item. Thank you, Mayor.
Next, we have Councilmember Friedman, followed by Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the suggestions that I would have that may, for going forward, because there is, as Councilmember Johnson noted, there is a perception issue, clearly. People see the itemized receipts and it sets them off, and I can certainly understand that. So one of the things I think that could help avoid some of the issues in the future would be for future staff retreats or meetings, but I'll talk about staff retreats initially. They should all occur in the city of Ventura. There should not be traveling to any other city because you then tack on a lot higher expenses. It's not necessary. We always talk about buying local. What better way of buying local than to have our retreats and our meetings in our own city whenever possible? I don't think there's any reason we would ever have to have a retreat out of town, but we might need to have meetings out of town, because I know a lot of meetings are conducted here in the state in Sacramento, and I know there's some League of California Cities in Long Beach. That's one thing. But the retreats, I don't see any reason why. If one of the arguments would be, well, you really can't get away and you'll be, there's too much going on. Well, then, you know what? You can, if you're going to stay at a hotel, stay at a Ventura hotel. And when you come into a retreat, all your phones go in a bucket, so you're paying attention, so the outside world is not affecting the retreat negatively. I think that would go a long way, and I would be very pleased to see that as part of this policy going forward. I also think that one of the ways to get the city manager, take any pressure off of the city manager in the future, since as council members, we do receive $200 a month for expenses. And I know that the expenses, that $200 typically goes to taking other people out to lunch, constituents, even staff members. There should be no time that the city manager ever has to feel that he has to pay lunch for a city council member. And I think that might be a good idea to embed in the policy going forward. I know that there's still a lot of unanswered questions. I do appreciate the recommendations in the draft document. I think they do make sense. We obviously we're adding a few here tonight to that. And then ultimately, this will come back to the council for a vote. So I do appreciate the concerns of the residents who have come forward tonight and spoken, and as well as the comments and questions and the comments that my colleagues have had. That concludes my comments, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Now we have Councilmember Brown, followed by Deputy Mayor Schrader.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So everything that's been said tonight, this is what I was looking forward to hearing. I wanted to hear from the CFO publicly. I wanted to hear from the city manager publicly. I wanted to hear from my colleagues publicly. I wanted to be able to make my comments publicly on the policy items and the policy review. My colleague made a good point that it may not be in the best interest to try to rush policy amendments if in fact we do decide on the next policy item to do an audit. I'm okay with the policy amendments taking effect after that occurs. That's fine. I believe all questions that were asked here were on par with what this discussion was meant to do. The public demanded it, and I felt like for transparency, that was what was required. Um, I do agree with my colleague about staff training. I think it's a good idea that if and when we do an audit and if and once the policy gets amended, I think I don't believe the city manager would be against having training for staff to say, hey, we're doubling down. This is what we're going to require because, it was too vague in the past, and now we want to make sure that this is no longer violated. As far as the emails are concerned, someone mentioned emailing if they had additional suggestions for the policy and/or if there was something that was missed or you wanted to give further direction, please do email me. I'm open to that. And the last thing I'll say is, because this is administrative policy, I do understand that we as council, we're directing staff. Our job is always to direct staff. However, we allow staff to draft that, bring that back to us with input, and then they, as executive management, they make those changes. And because we brought this to the public forum, we can ask that they bring it back, the final one, for us to review. But I also want to caution against us micromanaging management because that violates city charter. So, and just lean into the fact that if we get too much in the details about, this is a Cal Cities conference, this is a recognition, this is a retreat, it should be here, it should not be there, we should do this, we shouldn't do that. Those are very minute details. I think the essence of what I hear the public saying is just be ethical about it. Don't overspend if the policy says the limit is this. And if you do accidentally do it, catch yourself, reimburse right away, and, don't make the staff have to catch you. That's what I'm hearing. And so having said that, I will leave it up to my colleagues as well if they have any further comments. But there's no actionable item on this agendized item. It was just meant to allow everyone to have the opportunity to give their input and speak. So thank you for doing that.
And now we have Councilmember Sanchez Palacios.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to echo Councilmember Brown's comments about the micromanaging. However, I do feel the responsibility, and we as council have the responsibility to manage our city manager and manage our city attorney. So I think that is our responsibility. And at the end of the day, that's the accountability that we have to hold. Thank you.
All right, if there are no additional comments, that was review and receive. And we will continue with the next item. The next item is item 16, policy consideration for a forensic audit. And for that, we have Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't sure if we'd get this one started before 10 o'clock, so I'm glad we were able to do that. If you'll give me one moment to gather the agenda, which has the language for it. I don't know if Mr. McDonald could put this up on the screen, but the recommendation, and I thank Councilmember Sanchez Palacios and Councilmember Halter for joining me on this. And this is to direct staff to hire an independent auditing firm to conduct a citywide audit of 1, meal and travel expenses, 2, the use of city credit cards and reimbursements, and 3, the refurbishment and redecoration of city facilities for the last 3 years. The audit should evaluate compliance with the city's administrative policies and procedures, generally accepted accounting principles, and state federal law. Expenses claimed by the city council members should also be included in the audit. And if you were to go into the link to the staff report, you would see a couple of background issues that I think are important. The first is that this is not intended to be an investigation of any one person or a department, but a citywide look at how we are doing on following those procedures. I think that's really the most important point. I'm here to answer questions.
Deputy Mayor Schrader.
I don't have issues with a audit or meal and travel expense and the use of credit cards. Minor point that I don't think this falls into the category of forensic audit. I think it's just, it's an audit. And I also agree that you should include expenses claimed by the city council members. I do, however, have a problem with it going back 3 years, and I would suggest that we go back to January 1 of last year and do 100% audit of the city manager's expenses and credit cards. And then I would do a random sampling of senior management. And I think that that would be a robust, and if during the audit, it is normal in the audits that if you find additional problems, you expand the scope. I'm familiar with audits. As the CEO of Ventura County Credit Union, we hired a CPA firm to be our internal audit. We did 15 to 20 audits on an annual basis, and we did this audit every year. So I'm very familiar with it, and I'm familiar with the sampling. And again, it's sampling, and if you find issues, then you expand the scope. And I would be the first one to stand up and expand the scope if we found material problems and issues.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schrader. I was expecting more questions, so I did not take notes on what you said. But I certainly find it intriguing, and I recognize your many years of experience in this. Are there questions for me?
Councilmember Friedman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilwoman Johnson, I don't know if you will know the answer to these, but if you don't, hopefully we may have staff that would. When I hear forensic audit, that's something different than a regular audit. And I would be interested to know how much time a, quote, regular audit would take, typically, depending on the scope that ultimately is decided by the council. Do you know the answer to that?
No, I don't know the time. Now, when some of these allegations came out, I and the city attorney met with our auditor, Mr. Patel, and he explained his firm does the annual audit, that his firm is not really qualified and it's not independent enough. And so his suggestion was to hire an outside firm to handle this, and he thought roughly $100,000. I think if we were to do a sampling of other things and chase them down, that could potentially extend the timeline. But until we have any council authorization to spend, I would say up to $120,000, it seems a little early to try to get a contract and get a timeline. While I'm on this subject, I want to clear something up, and I want to apologize to Mr. Hageland. The last time this came up, unintentionally, I did not mean it, but I threw Mr. Hageland under the bus. And that was not my intention at all. It was not something I planned to say. I had asked Mr. Hageland not to share really what I was doing with the mayor and deputy mayor. And he did, and I assumed something. I assumed that he told them more than simply that we were meeting with the auditor. And so from that, I extrapolated issues around the Brown Act. And I appreciate Mr. Hageland for clarifying that. And I apologize for that, Mr. Hageland. You know, when we spoke to Mr. Patel, he said these kinds of allegations were not really something he'd seen in 30 years. And so he was not sure exactly what the process would be like. He did name some firms, but we've not reached out to them.
So again, for the council member or staff who, I don't know if Michael's here anymore, but if there is a staff member who would be able to help if Councilmember Johnson does not know this answer, because I think it's important. I think we should have some sense as to a timeframe. And I think there may be a different time frame for a $100,000 plus forensic audit or a much simpler audit. And I'm not suggesting either one. That may cost considerably less than that. And I'm assuming a regular audit might be 3 months, 4 months. A forensic audit might be 6 to 8 months. I just don't know. And I think if we're being asked to make a decision this evening, or at least provide some direction, we should know what those parameters are. So, Mr. Johnson, if you have any idea, great. If you don't, is there a staff member who can help us with that?
Well, I do have an idea that we have a fiduciary responsibility which requires us to examine allegations of misuse of taxpayer funds. I will note that tonight we learned that this was not the first time the city manager attempted to purchase a bottle of wine. And that's the sort of thing that we need to get to the bottom of. Councilmember Schrader, could you?
Mr. Johnson, I'm being patient here, but I've asked you twice now, and you keep I'm asking you the time-wise, and you're talking about bottles of wine, and now you're going to Mr. Schrader. So if you know the answer, great. And if you don't, let me get an answer from.
And as I said, I suspect Deputy Mayor Schrader's could take longer. And that's why I was going to clarify with him what his suggestion was, because I take what he says very seriously.
Okay, but you do have an idea because you've done some previous research on the time
No,
frames.
Mr. Friedman, I'm paid $600 a month. I've done a lot of research, but no, I have not gone to KPMG and started negotiating with them.
I wasn't expecting that you were negotiating. I'm just trying to get a simple answer. That if you know it, great. If not, let's defer to staff if they can give that answer.
I would suggest that we could explain to staff that we would like to have this wrapped up in a certain amount of time. Would that be appropriate?
If it's realistic that a particular type of audit would take a certain period of time, I don't think we should drive how long an audit would take and provide an unrealistic expectation to the public.
I'm sorry, are you concerned that it will be happening too quickly or too slowly?
I'm not concerned about anything other than how long is it going to take.
Okay, it will take 4.5 months.
Okay. Did you?
Yeah, if you could please share again your thoughts on how you would change it.
Well, the sample would make the audit much quicker. By the way, most audits use sampling techniques. It's the nature of what an audit is. You don't. I'm not recommending, and I'm not saying you are either, Councilmember Johnson, that we look at every credit card statement from every person that has a credit card. I don't think we need to do that. I think we need to concentrate on senior management and the city manager. I think you can random sample from January 1 of this year on, and you could do more, up to 100% for Alex. I know as the CEO, I always knew when the regulators came in and the auditors came in, the first expense report they pulled were mine. And that goes along with it. But you should be able to do an audit faster than 4.5 months if you do a random sample of senior management and do a more robust sampling up to 100% for the city manager.
Thank you. A couple issues that I wanted to make sure that were well covered were the meals. Would
Well, yeah, so the credit card statements and the expense reports, so in my opinion, would cover all of that.
Okay.
And they would typically come in, read the policies, become familiar with the policy, determine kind of a scope, a sampling size, and then go at it. Now, the 4.5 months, I think they could get it done quicker if they're available, right?
Yes.
So if they come to you and say, well, I don't have any time for the next 3 months, then you're right, it's 4.5 months. But that could go into our selection of what CPA firm. The audit that we're asking is not a really complicated audit. It's a pretty routine audit.
Thank you. And the word forensic, I know that hung some people up. Mr. Hagelin and I talked about what would be the appropriate way to call this to differentiate from our annual audit, which they begin working on this month. And so we actually tried to figure it out.
May I continue my questions for either Mr. Johnson or staff? And thank you, Deputy Mayor, on the, and I think I was hung up, and thank you for clarifying. The word forensic, to me, means an extremely deep dive that typically takes quite a bit of time and is a lot more expensive than a, quote, routine audit. And maybe this is to the city manager or city attorney or Mr. Johnson. Do we need to do a request for proposal? And typically, how long does that take?
I would say it probably would take at least 3 months.
Okay, so now we're talking from the time that the council authorizes this, we're talking 7.5, maybe 8 months, or hopefully less, or maybe a little bit longer than that. Okay. And then with regard, does anyone actually have any experience other than the one estimate that Councilmember Johnson got from the research that he did with the cost of something like this? Because again, we were hearing forensic, and when he was attaching the $120,000 figure, that kind of made sense. But is a basic audit something that would run that much? Anyone who could answer.
If I may, you said it was my research. I'm quoting the number that was given to us by the firm that does our annual audit as a ballpark.
Okay.
He had said $100,000. I thought an extra 20 for wiggle room.
And again, that was not specifically for forensic. It would be more of a regular audit done by another firm, not a deep forensic.
No, this was about the allegations.
I'm sorry.
This would not be just another separate audit, but it would it would be about our enforcement of administrative policies and procedures, whereas our annual audit really is looking more at whether we're following generally accepted accounting principles.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's good. And those, I think, are my questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman.
Deputy Mayor Schrader?
I'm going to straighten something out. So the information that Jim got, so Mr. City Attorney, you're saying 7.5 months?
I was just saying it might take 3 months to do the RFP to select the accounting firm. I didn't say 7.5 months.
You got to be kidding me.
By the time the RFP gets put together, it could be sooner, but it does take some time for them to respond and for the interview process. That was an estimate that I was told. I don't do RFPs very often, but that's what I was told.
I'm surprised it would take us that long. But it doesn't take that long out there outside of municipal government. That's what I'm telling everybody. It doesn't. You can write up an RFP in a couple of weeks. It's not that complicated. It really isn't. It's a sample of the senior management from January on and a more robust sampling of the city managers. And if you wanted to go back another year, you could do that too. I can't imagine that would take 7 months.
If I could just add on to what I said, I think a big part of this depends on who's managing that process. And honestly, given the circumstances, probably FAB or someone like that would have to manage the process. So if that process can be done more quickly, then that would be in the control of FAB. But I'm just saying generally, in the city's experience, those who do RFPs all the time, they said it would take about 3 months.
Madam Mayor, do we have public comment? Because we're having a lot of discussion here, and it's not just questions, so I feel it's time for us to have public comment.
Sure. Let me just ask one question, and then we'll take public comment. Could we not ask our current auditor to, as part of their process, which they will start pretty soon here, to just take a deep dive into all of these questions?
Madam Mayor, if I can take this one. I have talked to our current auditor. And as Councilmember Justin suggested, they need to maintain their independence. I think, if we think back to a lot of the times around Enron, a lot of auditing, especially Enron's auditing firms got involved in a lot of more management-related decisions, which cause issues. And so the auditors in general have placed more rules upon themselves on the amount and type of involvement they can have outside of the core audit contract. So it really should be another firm if it were to happen. And as a side note, the term would be an agreed upon procedure. That's the term that the auditor gave me, our current auditor gave me. Like, you do an agreed upon procedure with another firm, but like I said, they would not do it. Our current auditors would not do that.
Okay, thank you. I was just thinking about the amount of time that it would take, and we could reduce that by using that. But thank you for the information. So we will now take public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have 8 speakers on item number 16. Our first speaker is going to be Helen Aloyan, followed by Liz Campos.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I do support this audit, and I believe that it is a critical path item to reestablishing trust. I worked a number of years in asset protection, and I learned over 50% of losses come from internal sources. Whether or not it's intentional, I do think it's worthwhile to have this investigation and to take a deep dive into areas where taxpayer funds may not be used appropriately. I also would suggest that, similar to the direction provided earlier regarding item number 14, that there should be over-communication with the public on this issue, even if we have nothing to report at this time, we've gone through X amount of records. I think we all just really want to know what's going on. And even with the IHO, it was supposed to come back after 90 days, and we haven't heard, and we've been bugging you guys. And it's important issues like this that need to be over-communicated to the public, not just noise, not just dust issues. Thank you very much.
Liz Campos, followed by Sean Terrace.
One of the public speakers tonight about the Water Pure project said, "We have to look at the real impacts of the individuals of our city." The impact of this issue on the individuals of our city is the destruction of trust. Public trust, private trust, respect for what our city's doing and how you're all leading. Mr. Schroeder, government accounting is different, and it's tough. So it's not fast to get an audit set up. It's not fast for the RFPs because the firms are limited. And not doing a forensic audit in this instance may mean it has to come back and be done again, which will cost double or triple the money. It's better to start and do it right now, for the citizens of this community and for their respect and trust of Ventura's government. We might be living in the most beautiful city in the state or in our country, and we have a great community of people. But if they don't trust or respect you, we have nothing. Please vote tonight for the audit. Thank you.
Sean Terrace, followed by Matthew Bello.
I strongly support the hiring of a forensic auditor. And there is a distinct difference between a regular audit and a forensic audit. In my day job, I am a chief financial officer. I too have dealt with audits. A forensic audit is conducted when there's allegations of misuse of funds. That's what this situation calls for. As you know, transparency is a great disinfectant, but transparency is also the best policy because it is the basis of trust between the city and the people who pay you to run the city. That's me and all the other taxpayers. I want to thank you, Councilmember Mike Johnson, Councilmember Doug Halter, and Councilmember Jeanette Sanchez Palacios for your leadership with this issue and carrying out your fiduciary responsibilities. When I was an officer in the United States Marine Corps, I learned a lot about leadership and moral courage and what it takes to be a true leader. Fortunately, in our country, we have some great examples. One of our great leaders was Dr. Martin Luther King. And Dr. King said, quote, "The ultimate measure of a leader is not where you stand in moments of comfort and convenience, but where you stand at times of challenge and controversy." Council members Johnson, Halter, and Sanchez Palacios, I know Dr. King would be proud of you. I'm proud of you, and so are the residents of our great city. And I hope your colleagues join you in supporting and voting for this forensic audit, exactly how Councilmember Johnson laid it out with items 1, 2, and 3. Go back 3 years, look at everything.
Matthew Bello, followed by Spencer Noren.
I always like going out to dinner or breakfast with my friends. It's always a good time, but it's always the most awkward moment is when you have to pay the bill at the end and you have to figure out how much everybody owes. Thinking about the dinner in Sacramento, there's 8 people at a table. 2 of them are from Thousand Oaks. 1 of them is the deputy mayor, and 1 of them is the city manager. They're all sitting there. 8 people is still, pretty small dinner. Done a lot of those. Everybody kind of knows what's going on. And, a bottle of wine was ordered. We had the CFO there, Michael Kuhn was there. We had Deputy Mayor Schrader, who I believe ran the credit union for a couple decades, right? Really knows a lot about finances, but somehow nobody really questioned when Alex pulled out a cow card and nobody asked, oh, are we splitting this? How are we dealing with this? There's alcohol involved. We've clearly gone over the per diem limit. Nobody really seemed to figure out what was going on right there. So this is not my realm of expertise, but I have to say I have zero confidence in the deputy mayor right now. And when I hear FAB, I think you must be referencing the Finance, Audit, and Budget Committee. Is that correct? Can somebody answer that or no? Yeah, okay. And Deputy Mayor Schrader, he chairs the Finance, Audit, and Budget Committee, right? And so if he didn't have the discernment at that dinner to have my taxpayer dollars in mind, I just have to say I don't think he should be leading anything on this at all. Honestly, I may be 100% wrong, but just listening to him right now, I just have this deep sense of skepticism. And I may be wrong, but it really kind of drives me crazy that he is in charge of the negotiations, overseeing the evaluation of the city manager as well. And he said at that dinner, just seems very, very extreme to me that this is being tolerated right now. And I don't know, if I had any self-respect and I was him, I would step away from the chair of the FAB committee, and I would also step down as deputy mayor. Honestly, I think it's incredibly embarrassing. And I don't know you personally, and it's not I really had nothing against you before this came up, but I'm a man of integrity, and I'm just ashamed of my city and the leadership right now.
Our next speaker is Spencer Noren, followed by Patty Overly.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, citizens of Ventura. And I missed something last time. Tracy, welcome back. Good to see you. I want to support this forensic audit. as it is. And I agree with Mr. Johnson saying that 3 years is a good time. And also not randomizing, as Mr. Schroeder suggested, about the department heads. Because from what I saw on the slides this evening, I think it was the department's head's responsibility at the end of those roads. So they shouldn't be randomized if they have the decision to make. So with all due respect to the money and the time and the process, stick to what it is, do a full forensic audit. Thank you.
Next speaker is Patty Overly. Patty, we're going to bring you over now.
You know, I wasn't going to speak on this topic, but watching and listening to what's going on there is mind blowing. I have to echo my fellow citizen, Matt Bello. He is spot on with everything he said. Deputy Mayor Schrader, you should be recusing yourself. You ran a financial institution. I work in a regulated industry myself. I know all about FDA audits. So I know about audits. I know about sampling plans. I know all that stuff. I've been involved with financial stuff as well. For you to minimize this audit, Deputy Mayor Schrader, and make it sound like, oh, we'll just do a sampling and we're only going to go back a year and a half. It almost sounds like maybe we should go a little deeper. What are you trying to hold back? You should recuse yourself. Mr. Bellows said it perfectly. Look at who was at that meal, a bottle of wine, expensive food. You're all making very good money, not compared to some of our local citizens that we hear week after week can't even stay in a rental. You should be embarrassed. And you sit there, a cow card comes out, and you say nothing. You don't even say, hey, let's just split part of this. This is a little excessive. Mr. Kuhn acknowledged tonight about excessiveness. You all sat, the city manager, the assistant city manager, the city financial officer, and the deputy mayor sat there with two people from another city that we paid for. Our tax dollars, not your money. All this is going on with tax money, your taxpayers. Again, I want to remind you about the people that come to these council meetings every week, desperately trying to find a place to live. And you're all shucking it up at Winegate. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. And thank you, Mr. Bello, for everything you said. Spot on.
Our next speaker is Glenn Overly.
I just want to remind the members of the public to limit your expressions. You can go like this if you want to show support. Please respect the speakers when they are giving their comments.
Glenn Overly.
Michael, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
So I think one of the issues here is the Brown Act allows us to be critical of those serving in our local government, which is probably what many people have been tonight. I want to echo something that I heard at a DRC meeting. It was regarding Maple Court, not a real popular development. But anyways, Stephanie Caldwell, a chamber CEO, said something, and I'm going to paraphrase it. Listen to the experts. Great quote. So I think what happened was Councilman Johnson said that he had spoke to Patel, which it sounds like he has something to do with auditing in the city. And it was Patel's opinion that we should go with a forensic audit. I completely support the forensic audit. I want to say that I agree with what Shantira said. She has a background in finance. It sounds like she was pretty critical of doing the forensic audit also. And I agree with what Mr. Bello said. I mean, it's time that each of us take a look inside ourselves and say, we serve the citizens of our community. And when citizens in our community, especially in District 1, I mean, you take a look at that, Madam Mayor, your district is hurting for money. People barely have enough to make ends meet. Many people have been lost their rentals because they couldn't afford. You know, you look at all these things and you put it in perspective. Our city council, our executive staff members need to be conscious of what's happening within our city. And let me give you one further comparison. So we had the Paso Robles retreat, and we had that fantastic meal that everybody got. When the city reopened, our city manager purchased $2,500 in burritos for the working staff members, I assume to say like, hey, our city is open. And I bring that up because the hardworking men and women that are cutting trees, trimming lawns, paving streets, applying concrete for new sidewalks, et cetera, we give them burritos, but our executive staff members that are making a lot more money than they are get to dine out on the buck of the citizens in this city. So I'm sorry my comments were so pointed, but like Stephanie Caldwell said, paraphrased, listen to the expert. Councilman Johnson has provided what Patel said. Do the forensic audit. Thank you very much for listening to our voices. Thank you for not cutting me down to like 2 minutes or a minute and a half. I hope you all have a great evening.
Okay, our next speaker is Trevor Gottsman. Trevor, we're going to bring you over now. Trevor, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor, Council, City staff, and community members. I hope you can all hear me. I have to also comment on this, and I feel for transparency's sake, this is the place we live in this city. We need to shine and show the truth, always keep that clear, make it sure that we all know, and this is the training we all need. And thankfully, we've got enough courage within this community to stand up and face what we've got to face. Each and every one of us has our own responsibility. And so I'm here only to add my tuppence to the pot, because I also have a long history of community service and working for governance and governments, and with asset registers and depreciation schedules and what have you. And these things are known, and they're for the community. We work for each other. We support each other. We are a community. We're an organism, a social organism. And this is how we stay healthy, is to maintain, clean things up. If there is something niggling, I was told by a very good friend of mine, that's the only way she's learned in her 67 or 8 years. Just deal with the niggling stuff, just deal with it. And if it's going to take that time, take it, but we've got to start, address it. And that way we're all able to find out the truth or know the truth and address it. But at the same time, it really comes down to each and every one of us doing our part, picking up. You know, we've got Arroyo Verde that I constantly use as an analogy for everything, because it's the one place we can be ourselves and all the creatures commune and be together. I pick up the glass constantly. I constantly pick up, and this is what we're doing. We're just doing forensics, finding out what is going on, what's underneath that, how can we keep it cleaner so that we don't hurt our children. And so I look forward to working with every one of us. Every one of us has a valid point, and we don't know, we see it from our own point of view. And this is how we find out others, by asking and showing. And those that doth protest too loudly, let them surrender and stand for inspection like a good dog, or stand there and be told, this is the proper way, madam. So much appreciated, everybody. Looking forward to the next discussion. Thank you.
Our next and final speaker is Jonathan Pooh. Jonathan, we're going to bring you over now. Okay, Jonathan, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, City Council. I'm ready to begin. All right, members of the council, I want to first say thank you to Mr. Doug Halter for being responsive in email. I would like to bring up the fact that I've been trying to get a hold of Ms. Sofia Rubikova since March 2020 via email over 62 times as a minority-owned small business owner, has never responded. Absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. I also want to bring up the epidemic of fentanyl overdose and the homelessness issues that are affecting small business in Ventura, not just in the downtown quarter, but in the midtown and the east end of Ventura. You may be familiar with the area back specifically behind Target on Main Street. All right. So one of the things that happened to me recently, I had the pleasure of being called the N-word repeatedly by a vagrant when I was out to dinner, or sorry, not dinner, lunch with my 65-year-old mom. And I'll repeat, and the word N is the derogatory term that refers to African American people, okay? So he said he would, I quote, beat my N ass, end quote. All right. And also he would beat my N ass if I would step up my N butt to the mother effing plate. I'm sure you could fill in the words on that. I sent Ms. Sofia Rubikova another email 4 days ago, have received no response. And I want to remind you, in June 2020, there was there was the whole Black Lives Matter issue that we had here in the city of Ventura with the protest, and the city council virtue signaling that they were in fact behind anti-racist efforts. For the fact that you're not getting behind somebody who is, I'm tribal native Hawaiian, and you're not getting behind, basically denouncing this kind of stuff, man, for me, I'm like, what the hell am I doing here? I don't have to be here. I'm from Ventura. I grew up here. And the fact that you're just ignoring us and doing the things that you're doing is completely unacceptable, Ms. Rubikova. There's also many of you that are on the board. I also want to say thank you to Councilmember Lloyd Brown. Welcome back. You're one of the few people that reached out to me during 2020 when I would sit in on these meetings. That's it. Thank you for the time, Council.
That concludes our public speakers on item number 16.
All right, thank you. And next we have Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Did we already make a motion, or is there need to make a motion yet? No, okay. And I was asking about making a motion to continue the meeting, but they said it's not necessary, so, okay. I just wanted to mention that years ago, I sat on the supervisory committee for Pacific Oaks Federal Credit Union. So I just want to speak towards what I heard Councilmember Schrader talk about earlier. That meant I was the board member I was tasked with being a fiscal watchdog for the credit union members. And so what our job was, me and another board member, was to hire an auditing firm to audit all the financial everything for the credit union. It was a common practice annually. And I do understand that the credit union is on the private side. It's not identical, it's not exactly the same, but I also have worked in public budgeting for 20 plus years, and there are some similarities. I'm okay with if an audit happens along, I don't know if the question was answered earlier, whether or not we could do the audit and use the same auditors we normally do and ask them to just do a deeper dive in this particular area or not. I don't know if that was resolved.
We can't do that.
Oh, you can't do it, okay. But I just wanted to ask the CFO or the city attorney if they're able to define a forensic audit versus another audit. And before you answer the question, while my colleagues were talking, I did a quick search online. So what I found is there are audits like internal audits, which evaluate internal controls, improve organizational operations, and include compliance operations, and sometimes IT and financial statements. The compliance audit evaluates the strength and security protocols and risk management procedures. But the forensic audit investigates financial reporting specifically to seek out and find misconduct and seeks evidence to uncover criminal behavior in order to take someone to court. And I heard mentioned that we weren't necessarily seeking to go to court or to try to find criminal. We wanted to make sure that wrongdoing wasn't done so that we can better improve policy. Another type of audit is called a financial statements audit, which examines financial statements with the disclosures that go along with them. And then interestingly enough, I ran across something else called government audits, which basically audits for integrity. And I think that's a lot of what we're trying to do, is make sure we remain, we continue to have integrity with our financial reporting and our financial use of credit cards. And then there's also under government reporting something called credit card audits, which basically focuses on fraud prevention. So I'm saying all those things because any audit that we get completed will be done by a third party. That third party would then provide their standards based upon the type of audit we tell them we need or want and what we are seeking. So the question becomes, what is it that we're really seeking? Are we seeking criminal wrongdoing? Are we seeking fraud prevention? Or do we just simply want to evaluate the financial statements, the credit cards, and integrity so that we can close the policy gaps? So that's the question I pose to the council, because I do want this to come to resolution. We are going to do an audit. I guess at this point it's trying to figure out which one we're going to do. And so if the city attorney and or the CFO has an answer, I did just a quick Google search and I don't know how accurate that is. So I just thought if you were able to answer that.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Brown, I'll be honest with you, I looked it up too. I couldn't find an answer that really clarified it for me. So Mr. Coons, I did talk to him. He might have a better answer as an accountant.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it really depends on, like you stated, Councilmember Brown, what is the intent, right? And I think, regardless of what term or name tag it might be assigned to it, really the scope of work is what's going to determine what the auditors look at. It's kind of, like I said, various people may use various names interchangeably, but really, like I said, it's that scope of work, and that kind of tells you exactly what they're looking at. But like I said, you could call it a compliance audit. You can call it a government audit. Like I said, it's up to like I said, I guess city council to declare the intent. But in part, like I said, really the scope of work will define will define what the auditing firms look at, not necessarily the name of what you put in an RFP or a bid document.
Thank you. And now we have Councilmember Halter, followed by Councilmember Johnson.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I would go ahead and start first by, I tend to sit back and listen and hear different positions, different information, and listen to the public and try to figure out what rings true to me and what is some of the noise in the way of making the best decisions. And I want to say first what I believe in, and that's I believe in doing a forensic audit. And in my mind, what that is something that's looking at patterns, trends, intent, repetition. That's what I think it's looking at. I believe in doing the audit because I believe that we need to help restore the trust in the public for our elected officials and for our city staff. Obviously, I would hope and pray to God that we don't find significant trends or patterns. But we would not be prudent or doing our job if we did anything less. And I will go on to say this, is that no matter what I say or don't say, there's going to be some that will fault me. I'm used to that, okay? When I was fighting the battle in the 80s to try to get health care for people dying of AIDS, including my partner, I was ridiculed and pointed at, it's because you're an effing gay person that you got that disease. When people started dying around me, I chose to live life and get involved in our community and help protect our historical monuments, which I love. And then they help bring back our downtown. And quite frankly, I hadn't felt so belittled since we started the Downtown Community Council in 94, 95. When people were saying, why would you want to replace any of the secondhand stores in downtown with other stores? Why would you want us to stay open past 5 o'clock at night? Why would you want us to be open on weekends? Why would you put lights in the trees? Why would you put flower pots on the street? Why would you build a kiosk on the corner? Okay. I guess what I'm getting at is I've learned early on to stand for what I believe in and to love people and to understand we all have a point. We all have a perspective. And I think sometimes we need to sit back and listen to some basic rules. And the basic rules I believe in is I believe in spreading, instead of that sending a ripple through the universe of negativity and bitterness or hatred or anger, trying to be the best we can and spread that ripple of hope, of excitement, of opportunity, of brotherly love, of working together. There's times like now that I'm not saying we're wrong in identifying that there's something that's gone on that we don't like. I'm not condoning filet mignon, okay? I'm actually fairly thankful tonight that my favorite restaurant's Taco Bell, okay? But with that said, is I also can't condone people wholehearted, or I'd lose some words this time of night, but wholly trying to identify people as unethical, as it's one thing to be disappointed. It's one thing to have decisions that perhaps were the best decisions for the time. I think we all need to look at situations and things that have gone on and maybe how those may have impacted those decisions. But I don't want to make it seem not important by any means. That's why I'm supporting a forensic audit, okay? It is important. But in the same token, as we sit up here, I don't know one of us that is here for the $600 a month that we get. And quite frankly, regardless of what my future holds, is I will be fighting forever to make sure that whoever sits in the seat makes a livable wage, to put in the 30 hours plus a week to do this, because I want people of all economic backgrounds, not just people who have been successful, who don't work, or are willing to give that time, but people who may need to make some money to pay for that roof over their head to sit in this position. Because right now that is not possible, okay? That's a side note. But I do want to say that I think that we have to remember that there's a lot of good people here tonight. I see a lot of you out there, and I see a lot of them up here. And to simply say that so-and-so needs to step down, or I'm disappointed that you didn't, that you sat there and watched them have that filet mignon, I think we could all agree that may not have been the best decisions at the time, you know? But do you want to throw out all the goodness and all the well-meaning activities that somebody has done throughout their life and for the council? And I think that that's just shameful. I really do. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm getting some laughter, but that's okay, because I do speak my mind, and people are entitled to also. Okay, that's okay. But that's. Okay, well.
Please
I'm speaking-
refrain from making those comments.
Yeah. And I knew no matter what I say, some will find fault for it. And I'm speaking as a human being, as a 36-year resident of this community, who's somebody who's given up 2 years of my life so far to sit here, in about 35 years of my life, creating a lot of nonprofits for our community. And I know a lot of people around me can cite very similar credentials. A lot of you out there can cite those same credentials. So I think in this time, after going through fires, after going through COVID, after in recognizing that for the first year or first 15 months, we never even met in person to even get to know who we were. We're on some damn computer screen, which quite frankly, I can't stand, okay? I learned one thing with COVID: people need people. They really do. I mean, you can't sit in a room and automatically feel like you're part of that society. It's kind of like being in the car and cutting somebody off on the freeway or using a hand gesture. People do the damnedest things on the computers, on social media. And a lot of it is misinformation. It's really getting down to what are the facts? What can we improve about the system we have? Does somebody abuse the system, or does somebody's abuse the system, okay, that we need to look at? But it's about bettering ourselves. It's not about incriminating people. And so that's what I mean. I think that I get the anger, obviously. I don't want to reduce that. But we're out here every day of the week, as council members, trying to respond to as many constituents as we can, working on issues for people who are unhoused, working on trying to create economic vitality, being ambassadors for our city so people understand what a great place to come and visit and enjoy the amenities and see the beauty of what we all enjoy, and then hopefully go back home so we don't end up with 1 million people here, okay? But finding out how we could make housing more affordable for people, how we could fix the streets, how we could prevent the next wildfire from decimating our city. There's a lot of issues out there. And we just spent this evening making a lot of people feel like shit. And a lot of people thinking that, hey, if we total up all the filet mignons, I know it's not about the filet mignon, I want to get that straight, but I said it enough times, I got to say this, is that if you total up the cost of filet mignon over X number of years, how much is that going to amount to? Is that going to even total anywhere close to the money we lost on the WAVE project? Is that going to come even close to some of the other things that I could sit and name because I've been here a long time? Probably not. Is it an indication that something bigger is happening? Maybe. And that's why I side with our community in doing this audit. Okay? But I do love people, and there's not one of us who are perfect. And I'm watching people get abused, right or wrong. I mean, I think from my standpoint, I wouldn't have done it that way, but I know Mr. Schroeder, Councilmember Schroeder, as a very good person. And so to see one of us who are donating our time basically up here and 30 plus hours a week to do this job is a little sickening and sad to me, because I know this community is better than this. This is what's happening across the nation, what's happening across the world, and by God, I will not participate in allowing it to happen here locally in our community. That's my time's up. Thanks.
Now we have Councilmember Johnson, followed by Deputy Mayor Schrader.
Thank you, Mayor. It's late. Maybe because it's late, we're allowing a little bit of French. And I will read the next sentence in that email to you. I said, I realize you don't believe it, but I try hard to prevent the sort of council meetings where I have to put ugly shit in front of the public. So, Deputy Mayor Schrader, I've been looking at your suggestions. What we have, the policy consideration, the first meal and travel expenses for 3 years. I think that's appropriate because we already know that there are problems there. And so I think 3 years is appropriate. I also understand that, most of the employees at City Hall are not making meal and travel reimbursement requests. The issue around credit cards and reimbursements, I absolutely take your point. I did not intend for this to be something where, you know, if somebody has to buy a whiteboard at Office Depot, that is something that needs to be tracked down. I have been cautious about making this an investigation in any one person or any group of people. I'm uncomfortable with saying that we will look at everything that Alex McIntyre has done. We have also seen some instances around other executive team members, and we have discovered a sort of gray area around whether the safeguards that we have built in our policies and procedures are being applied to them. So I would suggest we could do that for the executive team, and that would limit the scope. I will note that, you know, if 120 people have Cal cards, I'm one of those people, and like a lot of the employees, I've never used it. And then refurbishment and redecoration of City Hall for 3 years. I think this is important. There have been allegations, and I have confirmed that and the city attorney did sign off on this, that there was some contract splitting on office furniture. And I think these are things we need to get to the bottom of. And so I would like to hear if you think that would be something you could support.
I think what when I listen, I think what you're trying to say is that our intent is to perform an audit that discovers the compliance or non-compliance of management of the city relative to credit cards and expense reports. I completely support that. We'll probably disagree whether or not you go back 3 years, but I think you're saying go back 3 years for the city manager, but go back, I didn't understand the second part, go back a shorter period of time for senior management?
No. I'm saying 3 years of meal and travel expenses, which is mostly the executive team that is making meal and executive, making meal and travel expenses.
I guess I think there's a good deal of training that is being done in public safety, in police and fire. I guess my question is, do you still want to do this citywide to everybody who has a credit card?
No. I think if you would need us to exempt, for example, I hate to take out, give a pass to any particular department. I do.
So are you struggling with limiting it to senior management?
Yeah, we could limit it to senior management. That's where we've seen issues.
Yeah, I think that's where we'll find out the level of compliance or non-compliance.
Thank you. Mr. McDonald, is it possible you could put the motion up on the screen? This is something we used to do with every motion. We stopped doing it when we went virtual, but we haven't been doing it since then. Is that even a capability?
You'll have to give me some time. I don't have anything prepared. I'll have to
Okay.
pull up the agenda.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I thought maybe it would be easy to do. But so we would amend it to meal and travel expenses 3 years for the executive team?
I think that's what you're suggesting.
And you would support that?
I would support that.
Thank you. So when we come to credit cards and reimbursements, and again, if somebody has to buy gas for a truck, right, we don't need somebody chasing that down. Would it be better to do that through a random sampling, or would that be something that would, again, just be executive team?
I think pretty much all this would be done normally. In my experiences, there's some sampling that's done. You don't do 100% on a normal basis. That's not typical. That sampling is involved in audits.
Thank you. And again, if there's something, it would be chased down.
And a few times there's been audits where you discover certain things and you expand the scope and you look at a bigger sample to find out if you've got a bigger problem.
Thank you.
Which is kind of why I'm recommending we do the sampling to manage the expense, but not be afraid to spend the money if we find a bigger problem.
No, I appreciate it, and I appreciate your expertise on this. And then again, refurbishment, redecoration of City Hall, that's a rather limited piece.
Yeah, and I was surprised to see that as part of this. I know we've gotten feedback from citizens about the two previous ones, the redecoration and refurbishing. I haven't heard those complaints to the same level as you have, and I don't know where my other city council members are. I'd like to see a management report on it, and then maybe we determine then whether or not we need an audit, a separate audit. And I would be in favor of that completely.
Pardon me, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting because we are at 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. So there's a motion to continue the meeting after 11 o'clock.
I'll second.
Second? All right, so we have a motion and a second. We may now proceed with the vote.
Okay, to continue the meeting past 11 p.m., you can go ahead and enter your vote now. Okay, 7 ayes and the motion carries.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. And so then, if we could, in the recommendation, I'd like to amend that if it's acceptable with Councilmember Halter and Councilmember Sanchez Palacios, to say keep the meal and travel expenses, a sampling of the use of city credit cards and reimbursements. And I will stick with the refurbishment and redecoration of city facilities. I will hold on to that. And I would make that motion if it's okay with my co-sponsors. Thank you.
All right, so next we have Deputy Mayor Schrader, followed by Councilmember Sanchez Palacios.
I'm clearly in favor of the meat of this, which is the travel expense, meal and travel, and the credit cards. I don't have a good feeling for the allegations on refurbishment and redecoration, but I would love to get a report from finance that would identify refurbishment and redecorations and to determine if there is contract splitting done. And my understanding is that if you're going to split contracts, that happens like at a $300,000 level for the city manager, right? He can approve things below that. Is that? And that's about the depth of my knowledge. Alex, is that?
Yes, basically that's true.
So I think a report back to the city council, that should be able to be done within 30 days that says, over the last 18 months, how many times have we spent anywhere near $300,000? And let's pull the purchase orders out and determine whether or not there was contract splitting done. And if we believe there is, then another audit might be in place. So that's where I'm coming from, Councilmember Johnson. I'm with you on the first two. I'll go along with you on the 3 years. I wouldn't go 3 years. It's going to make it a lot more expensive for us. But if the rest of my city council members want to go 3 years, then I will not stand in your way.
Next, we have Councilmember Sanchez Palacios, followed by Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to clarify, do we need to include in the motion an RFP for this?
Well, I think one of the things that, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez Palacios, one of the things I think you need to decide is who's going to manage this process. And if that's FAB, then I think that should be part of the motion.
And if it's not, then we need to
Decide somebody else.
clarify. Joe, I'm not Joe. Are you on FAB? Jim. Okay. So we'll have to clarify that then.
Let's make it FAB.
After hearing everything tonight, clearly, I think aside from thinking about what this is going to cost us, I think it's already cost us a much loftier price, and that's the trust of the public, right? And I would have liked staff to have been better prepared in identifying what a forensic audit was and what it includes, knowing that this was coming up. I don't want to think that the ball wasn't being intentionally tossed to others to figure out what a forensic audit is, but I do feel like there should have been better preparation in order for these questions to have been answered. What is the difference between a forensic audit and a regular audit? What is the difference of the cost? I think that should have been brought to council, knowing that this request had been done. If the original request didn't include those questions, I still feel that there's a responsibility for us to have had better direction, better clarification on those two differences. Because several of my colleagues Googled it. I Googled it. Forensic audit, financial fraud or malpractices, or someone conducting misappropriations. That's the definition that comes up. So for me, it was a bit disappointing to not be able to have that tonight as something that I could compare and contrast without having to, I rely on staff to bring me information, and this time I felt let down. And I think at the end of the day, what happens if we don't find anything? Is the public still going to trust us? Are they still going to be okay with our leadership? I don't know, but that's a chance that we have to take, and that's a chance that I'm willing to take at the cost of having lost so much trust from them and having lost just the inability now to have them take our word for anything, really. They rely on us when we make decisions on things such as safe water, safe conditions, safe roads. They rely on us when we tell them, we are going to look into this, we are going to respond to you. And when that doesn't happen, that's not good leadership and that's not good public service. So I take responsibility for that as I play a role in this council. But I certainly won't take responsibility in that we cannot answer some of the basic questions of what a forensic audit is and what it isn't. And I think we need to do better to ensure that our public will trust us and that our public at some level, I don't know that we will 100% ever please everybody, but certainly we have to be able to have that minimum level of trust and responsibility to them. So I fully support a forensic audit at this point and want to move forward with that. Thank you.
Now we have Councilmember Brown, followed by Councilmember Halter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to ask the maker of the motion why 3 years was chosen, because the question was posed.
I felt that 1 year was too short and 5 years was too many.
Thank you. Just for a little levity, I just wanted to say, do we need a swear jar up here? Or can I get a swear pass? So if I use the word, I won't get in trouble.
Each get one.
I think no matter how contentious, I think, civility is important and levity. But whatever is able to be worked out between the maker of the motion and the deputy mayor, or however we work it out, I'm not sure where we're at. I would love to take a vote on something. I don't know if someone's made a motion or an amendment to a motion has been created, but if I could, what is that called? Call the question, or can we vote on, or is how we got even to that point?
Mr. McDonald, do you have a way to restate the motion?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Johnson. So I do have a motion and a second here to direct staff to hire an independent auditing firm to conduct a citywide audit of one, meal and travel expenses, a sampling of the use of city credit cards and reimbursements, and three, the refurbishment and redecoration of city facilities for the last 3 years, and that this item be referred to the FAB committee to manage the process.
All right, so now we have Councilmember Halter, followed by Deputy Mayor Schrader.
I support the motion, but I wanted to say is I think I would add that FAB would be the group that would be in charge of executing this in the RFP. And I think that should be part of the motion. And I think that also the perhaps in response to Deputy Mayor Schroeder is perhaps it's no real skin off of anybody's back to have them say, what if the expense report sampling is for 2 years and 3? So we get an idea, because we don't know if this is going to come in at 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 or more. I'm convinced that forensic is the right thing. I've been told by enough people. I happen to have a customer up in Thousand Oaks who does that for the federal government, and he says emphatically that that's the right thing. But he also told me that don't expect anything less than $250,000 to do it. So, in any case, so I think adding that the FAB would be executing it, and adding that maybe giving 2 options for whoever's bidding on doing this, 2 years and 3 years.
Now we have Deputy Mayor Schrader, followed by Councilmember Brown.
I was wondering if Councilmember Johnson would accept a friendly motion that would agree with the entire motion up to the refurbishment, and then when it comes to the refurbishment, that the motion would say a separate management report on refurbishments and what'd you call it, Councilmember Johnson, and redecoration of the city.
City facilities?
Yeah, city facilities.
Yes, I would be fine with that. I'm not sure who seconded the motion. Would you be fine with that?
I have Councilmember Halter as the seconder.
Are you fine with that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
My only question, this would be for the city attorney, typically when, I know this is going to be a little bit different because the FAB committee is handling it as opposed to city management, which is how most contracts and consultant contracts are handled with the city. And I know there's guidelines and parameters by which the city management is prompted to bring something back to council, because if it's over, I don't know what the, can you share with me what the typical amount that a contract is before you have to come to the council before it get approved?
So, Councilmember Brown, since an audit would be considered a professional service, it would be $60,000.
Okay, so 60,000 is, so would the FAB committee then also be required to come back to council to approve that? Because I'm not comfortable with no $200,000 for an audit. I think we do need to do the audit, but I don't even know what the parameters are. And so I think it'd be best if it's brought back to us once we establish the scope, to get the RFPs and then them provide some numbers of what it would look like based upon what we agreed that we want. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. If I just may clarify my understanding of what the process would be, this would be referred to FAB. It would be on a FAB agenda. That would be a venue for council members and staff to look at the details, but, you know, if, for example, there were some questions about, you know, are we okay going with a small firm or do we need a large firm? That might be a question that would be appropriate for FAB, but any contract would need to come back for authorization. Does that sound like how it works? Certainly, FAB has no power to sign any contract. Thank you.
The one question I would ask, just for clarification, is it your intention through the motion to give FAB any authority at all to, I'm guessing as the scope is ironed out, that there may be some discretion that needs to be exercised in coming up with that. I don't know if the scope that's been discussed tonight is sufficiently broad enough. I just don't know. But is there a need to give FAB some direction on, or do you want FAB to bring ultimately to bring the contract and everything back to the city council? Is that, so basically the FAB would have no independent discretion apart from city council?
Could I hear from the chair of our FAB committee, please?
I would say that this issue is so significant that we bring it back to the entire city council with our recommendation, the associated budget, and the scope.
Thank you. I would trust our chair of FAB on this issue.
And can I also suggest that because the charter only gives the council the direct line to the city manager, not to staff, and since FAB will need the cooperation of city staff to pull together documents and all that, that the city council direct the city manager to cooperate with whatever, or have staff cooperate, just so we're in line with the charter, so that there's no uncertainty, that staff is to cooperate and provide whatever documentation is needed.
Yeah, certainly we're not in a position where we're doubting anybody's truthfulness or ill will. I think absolutely the city manager would be the one that ultimately would be managing this.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just wanted to make sure it was clear for the record that if that nobody would make an accusation that there was, that somehow the charter were being circumvented by directly directing staff. I just wanted to make that clear for the record.
We can direct the city attorney as well, yes. Yes, thank you.
And now we have Councilmember Brown.
So if there happens to be a conflict of interest in moving forward in the future, would the city manager still be involved with that process? Or would we just then ask you as a city attorney to step in because you're the only other staff member that we can direct?
Yeah, I'm happy to step in where necessary. I just want to make sure that you, as a council, and FAB has all the tools available to it to get the documents needed. I just want to make sure that's clear. To the extent that you need my assistance, I'm happy to do that as well. But the charter doesn't allow the council to direct staff to do anything apart from the city manager or the city attorney.
And if I could just add, Mr. Hagelin, you and I did talk about which side of the house it would be on, and we both agreed that it would be more appropriate on the city manager side of the house. And so that is where it will be.
All right, can we just go ahead and make sure that the motion is clear to everybody so that we can proceed with the vote?
Clarification, sorry. So are we using the word forensic in the audit or not?
So no, the word is never used anywhere in the recommendation. That was simply the title of the policy consideration. Gotcha. And it was important to me simply that we differentiate this from our annual audit that will be handled by Clifton Larson Allen.
All right, I think we're ready to proceed with the vote.
Okay, so for clarification on the motion, I have direct staff to hire an independent auditing firm to conduct a citywide audit of meal and travel expenses, a sampling of the use of city credit cards and reimbursements, and a separate management report on the refurbishment and redecoration of city facilities for the last 3 years, that this item direct the city manager to cooperate with the FAB committee, and that the FAB committee will manage the process to execute the RFP and return to council with the scope and contract. Does that encompass everything?
One question. So Councilmember Halter, you were saying 2 and 3 years. So I'm okay. I'm not speaking for all of us, but I thought we were all okay with 3 years on the refurbishment, 2 to 3 years on the travel expenses or the credit cards, or did you want 3 years?
I was saying 3 years, and I'm assuming that because the second part, which is the use of credit cards and reimbursements, because that was going to be a sampling, that would give us some wiggle room in the budget. 1 and 3 are both really pretty limited in scope.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
One quick question for the Finance, Audit, and Budget Committee members. If the scope as it is set up right now to be approved, if we all approve it, the auditor says, you know what, because it's 3 years and 3 years and this and that, it's going to be 100,000. And they say, well, if you want it under 60, we're going to have to do 1 year and 2 year. Would you guys be open to adjusting the contract at that point, or is it just going to be, that's what it is?
I think we need to come back to you with options and say, for this much money, this is what we get, and for this much money, this is what we get. And then the 7 of us decide how much of it we want.
And if I may, I think, I would hope my colleagues understand that the number I'm looking at is about $120,000. So more than the $60,000 discretionary limit, which is why this came to council in the first place.
And sorry to add yet one more thing, but do we want to add a time as to when it should come back?
Yes, we should. Do you have a suggestion?
What did we say, 2 months?
When you say come back, are you saying?
With the recommendations.
Sure. I'm okay with that if the other FAB members are.
Okay with that, Mike? Doug?
2 things. I think it needs to come back before the end of November, so not exactly 2 months. And I think that the other thing is I'm looking for options. That's why I was thinking 2 or 3 years. So any way you guys could devise giving us some options so we don't have to go back out for an RFP.
I agree. I'm okay. Mike?
I'm fine with that. I don't want us to get slowed down in presenting a whole menu of options to the city council. And so I would be happy to say, and bring options back to council within 60 days and leave it at that.
Okay. Councilmember Friedman, you all right with that? Right.
Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, I'd only ask my colleagues that we would add as a special meeting or an extra meeting for that, because we've dedicated a whole evening, and the mobile home rent survey and the STVR policy, I would not want to see that extended past November if it could be brought back to sacrifice those items for this. Not that this is not important, but citywide, we still haven't brought the inclusionary housing ordinance back. And it is the will of this council to have affordable housing and the inclusionary housing policy updated. That isn't necessarily going to be the will if a whole new council is elected after November. So I would ask that we could do it, but a special extra meeting or another meeting other than the Monday night. That's all I ask.
Okay. All right. I think we can now proceed with the vote.
Okay, so one more time on the motion so that we're clear. I've got direct staff to hire an independent auditing firm to conduct a citywide audit of meal and travel expenses, a sampling of the use of city credit cards and reimbursements, and 3, a separate management report on the refurbishment and redecoration of city facilities for the last 3 years, that this item be referred to the FAB committee to manage the process and execute the RFP, that the city manager is directed to cooperate with the FAB committee, and that the FAB committee will return to council within 60 days with options at a special meeting. Does that sound right?
May we add, say, options and a recommendation from
Pardon me?
FAB? Options and a recommendation?
Yes.
Yes, options and a recommendation?
Options and a recommendation. Okay, on the motion, you can go ahead and enter your vote now. Seven ayes and the motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. We have one more item. Item 17, consideration of a grant of a quitclaim deed to the owners of the Hawaiian Village Apartments at 998 Church Street. And this item was continued from September 12th.
Mayor, I'd like to raise a point of order. I move that we poll the city council on whether they're willing to hear this next item tonight.
Okay, let's go ahead and, Councilmember Halter?
I would just say that I think we've already postponed this once, and I think there's a reason why it needs to be heard tonight, but I can't really participate in any discussion, so I'll be leaving.
Councilmember Friedman?
I'm assuming Councilmember Brown has left the building? Has she taken all of her items?
No.
Okay. Because this requires, I know, 5 votes. And if she has left, then are you able to find out?
I would just say, too, that we need a motion to hear any new items after 10 p.m.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? So can you give us a sense of immediacy on this? Mr. Nelson, is it all right to do that?
Deputy Mayor, thank you. I think it needs to be done before the project can move forward. And I know the developer is anxious to get started. Pretty much, I think everything else is ready to go. As Councilmember Halter indicated, it's already been continued once, so we brought it up 2 weeks ago. It's not, it's probably very critical to them to get started on the project as soon as possible.
Madam Mayor, if I may also, we are stacking things up and we're going to run out of meeting times for items to be heard. So my strong encouragement would be to get this item through tonight. I think you have one public speaker, minimally one public speaker on it who's going to speak at length, but that's fine, of course, and then the council can deliberate and make its determination. Thanks.
All right, so Councilmember Halter, you will recuse yourself from this item.
Yes, I want to mention, though, that we did research. I'm over 515 feet away from where I live for this project, so I'm outside the limit. But I feel that it's closer than I should be, so I feel it's right for me to recuse myself, just so you know.
All right, thank you. So we will begin. Welcome.
Madam Mayor, my apologies. Is there a motion to hear a new item past 10 p.m.?
I'll make the motion to continue with this item.
Second.
Okay, on the motion, you can go ahead and enter your vote.
I have a quick question before I finish. Does only a quorum before have to vote on that?
On the, to extend?
Yes.
That's right. And my apologies, I'll actually have to do a roll count with one council member absent. The Crestron won't work, so my apologies. So on the motion to hear item 17, Councilmember Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Nope.
Councilmember Johnson?
No.
Councilmember Halter is absent. Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Schrader?
Yes.
Mayor Rubalcava?
Yes.
4 ayes, and the motion carries.
Thank you. And so for that, for this presentation, we have our Public Works Director, Mr. Phil Nelson. Welcome. Excuse me, sir. You cannot make public comments like that. We will begin with the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Deputy, members of the council, I'm Phil Nelson, your Public Works Director. The item we have before you this evening is a quick grant of a quitclaim deed for the owners of the Hawaiian Village Apartments. As mentioned earlier, this was an item that was continued from the meeting 2 weeks ago. It was a consent item, and after public comment, it was pulled and then brought back to you this evening as a formal item. The property in question is a roughly rectangular area that you see on the screen. It's approximately 6,400 square feet parcel. It's completely landlocked within other privately owned property. Originally, that property was owned by a public utility in 1887 for the use of a water storage tank that was never constructed. Eventually, the property was transferred to city use in 1922. It's never been used for a public use. In fact, during its whole time, it's been used by the adjacent private property owners, as I'll show on the next slide. There really is no public use at this point or value for the property, and that's why staff is recommending that the ownership be transferred to the Hawaiian Village property owners. The conveyance, would like to point out, is part of the conditions for this project. So in order for the project to move forward, this conveyance must occur, and that's why we're bringing it to you. This next diagram shows on the left is an aerial photo before the Thomas Fire of how the property was used. You can see it was largely used by the parking lot and entry area into the Hawaiian Village. The green area is a sloped area, really would be difficult to build on. There really is no other use for it. The diagram on the right is just a zoomed in picture of what I showed you on the previous slide. And that is why our recommendation this evening is to adopt the resolution declaring that the property is exempt from the Surplus Land Act. It's less than 10,000 square feet and therefore is exempt, and that it should be transferred as we have recommended by a quitclaim deed. And as Councilmember Friedman pointed out, this requires an affirmative 5-member vote to pass. Thank you. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. We have Councilmember Brown.
Yes, do we know why exactly it was deeded to the city, or the reason why the city even, was there like a purpose, like we needed access, they wanted an easement, they wanted to make it a public park or something? Was there any reason?
The reason, as near as we can tell, back in 22, when the utility determined they never would need to build that water tank, and it just wasn't going to be needed for the utility purpose. Therefore, it reverted back to the city.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Nelson, what exactly is the project condition that they need to fulfill that requires this parcel?
I don't remember it verbatim, only that as part of the conditioning that property would be conveyed to those property owners, primarily because as a city, we didn't see any public use for it. As long as we retain ownership, we also incur a maintenance responsibility and potential liability. So we felt it was in the city's best interest to remove those two risks, I guess, if you will, or two expenses, liabilities to the city. And it made sense to transfer it to this property since it's landlocked.
Thank you. So the applicant is fulfilling a project condition. So there is a condition that they have to meet, that they need to meet with this property.
That condition was, there was also some utility easement underneath that we only recently were able to determine that we would not need to retain that. There was also some vacation of Church Street. So it really made this property really no future public use. And we were able to determine that we could make this conveyance.
Thank you, and I apologize because I'm tired. But so.
Yeah, it's hard when you're, shoving stuff up people's ass.
That's the ghost of Ma Barker. So we had, I'm assuming, some sort of development agreement where they had to agree to a number of conditions. The applicant is fulfilling a project condition. What is it that they need to, did we tell them they have to do that they are trying to fulfill?
It was we were waiting on determining if there was going to be any need for the city to retain control of that property. So really, I can't say there was something that they did, only that we were able to determine that the city's retaining that property was no longer necessary.
Thank you. I'm still confused. I can move on if maybe somebody else understands what the condition was. So it mentioned the public speaker, who I assume was Mr. Amendola. And it says that the planning commission considered the speaker's position. Was the position about the building A, the northernmost building that they considered? Was it about the quitclaim deed? What was the position that they were hearing and considering?
I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what that's referring to.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Gilly.
I don't have my
Thankfully, he's
glasses
here.
on, Mr. Gilly. I didn't see you.
So in the staff report, the reference to the planning commission was aware of the concerns of the speaker was about the location and of building A on the northern part of the property.
Thank you. And so, and it has to do with the orientation of the windows or something, is that correct?
My recollection is it had to do with noise that could come off of the common spaces or from the units through the open windows.
Thank you. And did the developer explain why that wasn't going to work?
The planning commission didn't direct or ask. I don't believe the planning commission asked the developer to consider changing that. The primary issue when the project was reviewed by the planning commission was about height. And there was a lot of discussion on that topic.
And thank you. And I apologize, I'm tired. I want to thank you, Mr. Gilly, for bringing this back with a lot of the explanation, and especially kind of tracking back, especially with the DRC and the split votes, and that helped me tremendously. Does this have any effect on the existing EIR for this project?
In my view, no, it does not.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Do we have any additional questions? If not, we can take public comments.
Okay, we do have six public speakers, pardon me. And our first speaker is going to be George Amendola. I'm going to pull up the presenter right now. Is there Lori Dennis in the room? Okay.
Truly, but I believe she disconnected as we thought the item was pulled earlier at the beginning of the meeting after consent. So I'm also hoping Mr. Noren may cede time to me.
Mr. Amendola?
So this isn't going exactly how I had anticipated. And good evening, everyone. It's been a long night. I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as possible. So this is my slide. You all have, I believe, been distributed copies of the slide package and attachments. I'm requesting that the city reorient Building A as a consideration for granting this quitclaim deed to face westerly. And right here at the bottom is what I'm suggesting, not an architect. It's in your packet. Council is a judicial body. It has final say over this above Planning Commission and DRC. Yeah, okay.
Just so you know, Spencer Norton walked back in, so.
Thank you. So anyway, this is in your slide presentation. It should be in front of you. I look at it following as a risk scenario.
Mayor, I don't have a copy of the slide presentation.
So if I could clarify, I do have copies here. I have not distributed them because they were not separated. So I have not had an opportunity during the meeting to go through the documents, to separate them and distribute them. I do have them here. They were not put together. Mr. Amendola told me he didn't have paper clips. I have not yet had a chance during a public meeting to sit and sift through the documents and distribute them to the council. I do have copies here, and I'm happy to distribute them as soon as I can do that.
Thank you, I would appreciate it.
So I have collated all of the presentations, and they have been separated, and they can be distributed right now. I'm being gamed here, I'm sorry. This is a risk of, for city council, legal, financial, reputational, political, and again, public trust. For the developer, it's a risk of legal and financial.
Let's just stop for a second. I think they're going to try to distribute them really quickly.
Thank you.
If that's
I'd like
okay.
to clarify in terms of the gaming. So we do have a policy where we request that members of the public submit their presentations in advance of 12 noon. That did not happen in this case. So my apologies that I don't have them prepared for you. I did not receive them until the start of the meeting. Thank you.
Shall I continue? Yeah. Thank you for your patience.
You can continue. We will receive the slides as soon as they're available, but you can continue with your presentation, please.
Thank you. So regarding the quitclaim deed, I paid extra careful attention to this issue going on 3 years since the Thomas Fire Ordinance was first discussed. And I do not recall, I could be mistaken, whether or not the issue of the quitclaim deed and the granting of the quitclaim deed was brought before DRC and Planning Commission. I don't know if it was a misstep, overlooked, or if it was intentional. But the consideration of the quitclaim deed or change to the easement opens the door for council review of the entire project to include overturning Planning Commission approvals. I have a counter position to staff. I am the same resident who spoke at the last meeting, and I referenced 2 handouts, 1, 2, and 3 listed in the packet that I was provided, that I'm providing tonight. It's a copy of text messages during the Planning Commission. I was prevented from speaking because I was clocked out subjectively during the time. I went to address the city clerk for a parliamentarian review to speak and have my comments, written comments, brought forth to the Planning Commission chair. I was denied. There is a copy of that text exchange with the city clerk and comments from the parliamentarian. And then in another handout, there are comments of receipt of my email laying out all of the grounds to my dispute, anticipating an appeal from Hawaiian Village. I did not appeal. My homeowners association did not appeal because of what happened with Haley Point. We were waiting for Hawaiian Village to appeal. Instead of the appeal, we now have this quitclaim deed. I have a counter position of staff, and I'm going to refer to city ordinances for the Thomas Fire. And I'm going to bring into question now if staff erred in its determination of the CEQA EIR determination that it's not necessary. Simply because with this specific building A, there was no building there. And the CEQA determination says it's to maintain, repair, restore, or replace. There's nothing to replace there. This is putting a building on a piece of property where there was no pre-existing building. And so the dilemma here is, I believe there's an environmental issue. If you see here at the bottom, where the building is to be placed, it's going to face at the bottom end of a canyon, reaching out, almost making a giant echo chamber. Now, it's going to face into other buildings and look up to the canyon with excess noise and excess light. Imagine at 2 a.m. after the bars close and there's a motorcycle that roars up that hill. It's just going to reverberate, vibrate, and echo throughout that canyon, causing excess noise. In addition, there'll be awakening of dogs from the motorcycle. There could be a late night party. But then we also have the construction, which will take place during this, with excessive pounding of steel structures, steel beams to create caissons, et cetera. So that's why I call into question the environmental impact and staff's self-determination that it's exempt. I believe it should be reviewed. And I also call into question the Thomas Fire Ordinance 24.545.100. The orientation of Building A facing northerly as designed will unreasonably interfere with the use and enjoyment of Seaview Hills Homeowners Association. Section 24.545.100 says it will have no impact on neighbors. So I call that into question. Again, here's another example. I thought that the whole process has been gamed. They don't want to call into question the CEQA EIR. Building A being in the hillside overlay with the dividing street, Church Street, is part of this quitclaim deed. And the division between the downtown specific plan and the hillside overlay also calls into question Building A. So this is a dividing line. I'll also mention that I believe this may have some effect unknown for buildings B and C.
We've got 1 minute left.
Thank you. So the rest is in your packet. Ventura Municipal Code required story poles, but staff elected that it was okay to use simulation. And the code, city code, says story poles. Staff subjectively decided outside the council authority, simulation of the project was okay, in contradiction to municipal code. The validity of the simulation comes into great question. Staff report states the accuracy of these renderings were confirmed by a third-party architectural consultant. And I'm like, where's the certification? By what professional organization supersedes city municipal code? Who is the third-party architectural consultant? And who does the third-party architectural consultant work for? And how can we legally trust the scale of the simulation? So the story poles were never
Your
deployed.
time is up, Mr. Amendola.
Thank you. Please check out the rest of my slides, and I appreciate at this late hour council's attention to this matter. I know it's been a long night, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
We will now turn the conversation back to council. We have Councilmember Johnson. Oh, sorry, more speakers. I thought all the speakers had ceded their time. Sorry about that.
We do have Ed DiVicente. Ed is being ceded time from Nick Gibson and Jessica Kane. They are also on the meeting and have identified that they are ceding time. So that is a total of 9 minutes.
Good evening, City Council. I'm trying to organize 4 years of information so I could be of use to you tonight. Ed DeVicene. Since 2018, I've been the principal architect of DMHA Architecture, lead architect for this fire rebuild project, working with AJ Vito, our client, to rebuild what was lost for them and their tenants, coming up on, I guess, 4 years now, or 5 years soon here. So it's been a long road, and we submitted a letter to you with quite a bit of detailed information and the timeline of this project and the different steps we went through. Part of that was, well, as you can see, it's been a long road. So although we are disappointed that we're here having this conversation with you, which seemed to be a fairly simple exercise, we actually do appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you because this is a very important project and the council hasn't had the opportunity to learn about it through the process. So and I appreciate staff as well providing additional information in the staff report. That was very helpful, but I'm here to provide additional information in the story of this prominent building in the hillside. It was the largest building that burned down in the Thomas Fire, and we worked very carefully, and you can see that diligence in the information we provided with staff to get this right, because the level of complexity of the rules that apply on this hillside of how we could actually come up with the building was very complex. So it was determined early on that due to local and state fire regulations, the previous building could not be built like for like. there was just no way because fire had no way to get access to, in primarily the 300-foot south face, which is 4 stories tall, and local and state fire regulations require aerial access, so basically a fire truck with a ladder and 30 feet in front of it to do that. It could not happen on the south face. So the other challenge to the project was, as was mentioned, there's a split zoning on it. The downtown specific plan cuts through the property, and the north half is the multifamily residential, and the south half is the downtown specific plan. And if you're not too familiar with it, Planning Commission and DRC are. It's a form-based code with a lot of different parts and pieces to it, and it's like puzzle pieces you compile. So there's a bit of a challenge with the topography and with the dual zonings to get a project that worked and worked well. But after 2 DRB presentations, the design was supported. The project was always complimented highly in the design, and while they had minimal issues with the design, there was split vote in the final DRB on the height and the height variance that we were requesting. And so the height we were requesting was no taller than the ridge line of the 3-story portion of the building that burned down. So we thought it a reasonable approach, and this was the argument that we presented to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission also wrestled with the height. And in the end, they did approve the project, again, very complimentary, but they approved it with an alternate resolution to honor the hillside height ordinance. So that was 7 feet off the property, which effectively we had to redesign for. So as, let me talk about where the project's been since then, because I think there's some misinformation that would be good to bring you up to speed on where it's been. So after the Planning Commission hearing, we had to really assess what did this mean for the project. And in the hearing, we did talk about the opportunity to appeal because we believe strongly that having more units than burned down with the opportunity to rebuild was a good thing. The city encouraged that, staff supported it all along the way. Rebuilding more than 52 units was supported, and that's what we presented. So we looked carefully at that, and in the end, we decided as an applicant team and an owner team, we've done enough in the process. So we squished the building down. We took the challenge of redesigning, and we redesigned the project back down to 52 units, fully respecting all the conditions of approval and the height ordinance that Planning Commission approved for the project. And so the project since then has gone into engineering and was submitted in December of 2021 for our first round of permits, the grading permits, and secondarily the building permits this year. And we are really at the eve of pulling those permits. We're working through the conditions of approval process right now in grading, and building's lagging a little behind, but they won't release the building permits until the grading pad is certified anyway. So that's all tracking well. So that's a little bit of an update to where it is. The planning department, part of the plan check process is to provide a change summary to the planning department as part of the permitting process so they can compare the project to what was presented and approved at Planning Commission. And the changes are very minimal. It's very much what they saw, except, again, we've lost a whole story on Building B. So that's a bit about the project, but let me talk about the issue that's before us today, and hopefully you find this context helpful in the story of the project. So the project has always been designed and utilized the portion of Church Street, which we refer to the abandonment area, and the quitclaim sites. There's actually 2 components to it. And these areas served as I would call the west abandonment. I'm sorry, the east abandonment is really the entry to the project off of Church Street. It was a public right-of-way. And then the well site served as circulation, turning the project to the north, not just serving our property in the parking lot, but also the neighbor up the hill. They have an easement through the property to utilize it to get to the backside of their property as well. And this is what the historic use of those city-owned parcels has been. So in 1961, prior to the construction of the project, the west side of Church Street was abandoned by the city and was part of this project, this property. So essentially what we did is when we started the process, we checked in with staff. This is at the, when we started the first design discussion. So at the end of 2018, would the city be interested in abandoning the eastern portion of Church Street, or the entrance of the project, and the well site? And this is only if it was mutually beneficial. So after a few months, staff and the city attorney reviewed it, and they came back and said, yes, this would be a favorable thing for us. It's, as Public Works mentioned, it's really of little use to Public Works and would kind of clean things up, and historically this has been the use. So last June, June 28th, as a matter of fact, the abandonment of the east portion of Church Street came before this body, and City Council approved that. And it was finally certified and recorded by the county last August, which brings us to today, the quitclaim parcel. So this was, look back at my records, it was in every formal application we made starting in 2019, and every design review presentation, both the abandonment and the quitclaim were always in the project description, because again, this was the agreeable position of staff, knowing that at some point the condition as approved by Planning Commission would come before your body today for the approval. So we're halfway there. The abandonment was approved, and now we're here for the quitclaim. And as I mentioned, we're really just working through the conditions of approval as we get to the completion of our permits. So I do have the condition that I can read, but let me just do my closing first. So for our clients and their tenants who lost so much, this item represents the end of a long-term permitting process, and with construction on site proceeding soon, will mark a new chapter of restoration to what the fire took from them and our community. So as evidence and information we provided to you, our team has worked closely with all departments to ensure the project meets all applicable rules and regulations. The new buildings will be built to higher levels of fire resistance and safety than the lost buildings. This prominent project has been carefully designed to integrate well into the hillside over downtown, and we hope council will approve the quitclaim so that more than 4 years of effort can be realized. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you on this quitclaim request, a mutually beneficial transaction.
That concludes our public speakers on
Yeah,
item number 17.
Mayor, if you'd like me to read the condition, I do have it here, but that would be just at your discretion.
I would ask Mayor if I could ask him to read that to clarify and answer the question I had.
All right, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman Johnson. Yes, that's what we're here for, is transparent information. So condition 52 reads, this project's resolution of approval by the Planning Commission is contingent upon City Council's conveyance of land and vacation of the Church Street right-of-way and subsequent quitclaim of any interest in the remaining parcel, in accordance with the city's administrative policy and procedures 56.2. The applicant's parcel shall be merged into one resulting parcel. It is the city's practice to use a certificate of compliance to effect voluntary mergers of parcels. Once Planning Commission has approved the project, the applicant shall finalize the application with the Public Works Department for the vacation and for the certificate of compliance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Johnson, did you have additional comments?
If I could ask staff to answer some of the questions that were posed by Mr. Amendola in particular, I'm curious about, does Ventura Municipal Code require story poles?
On the case of story poles, there's only one instance in the Thomas Fire Ordinance that story poles are required, and that's modification permits to single-family rebuilds. Our municipal code does not require story poles for this project.
Thank you. And his question about the third-party architectural consultant?
Yes, the applicant provided a number of renderings, and because extra height was being asked for, staff, in my direction, we took the plans to a third party to verify for staff that the renderings were accurately showing what the height actually was. Now, as it turns out, the Planning Commission still didn't approve that height, but we wanted to be able to tell the Planning Commission that staff had certainty in the documents, the plans that they were looking at.
Thank you. And I want to clarify something that would be in the EIR. When it says no impact on neighbors, I assume that everything that happens has an impact on neighbors. How is an impact on neighbors defined in an EIR?
Yes, and so when staff talks about environmental review, we talk about CEQA review. EIR is one type of environmental document. This project qualified for an exemption, Class 32 infill exemption. It met all the qualifications of that. And that was a determination that no significant impact could occur and therefore no more work is needed. As with all cases, staff make recommendations to the hearing bodies, and the Planning Commission is the group that determined that the project was actually exempt from CEQA. And the key case, or the key difference, is significant impact versus impact. As you stated, any construction is going to impact those around it. Anything that was not there before or is different will have some impact. Under CEQA, we're to look for whether an impact, whether it's a significant impact. And we had no reason to believe there would be one, and the Planning Commission also reached that conclusion.
Thank you. And I note that our handouts include Mr. Amendola disputing whether he was really afforded the opportunity to make public comments to both the Planning Commission and the Design Review Commission. Are you familiar with that?
That I am not. I can look into that and see if that occurred, but I don't recall that.
Thank you, Mr. Gilly. Those are my questions, Mayor.
All right, now we have Councilmember Brown.
My questions were answered.
All right. Any additional questions or comments from council? If not, then I think we're ready to proceed with the vote. Well, actually, with a motion first.
And move approval of staff's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right.
Yes, Mayor. I would just like to say, I find it troubling that we have such high-stakes meetings, and especially as we've tried to limit the number of public hearings. This, of course, became an issue at the last DRC meeting. I think we need to accommodate public speakers when they're speaking on an agenda item. I appreciate the city attorney's interpretation of our protocols. My reading of the protocol says, for example, that the public should have up to 3 minutes, and that we run into issues when we are or have the appearance of trying to stifle public input. The outcome is never any better than the process, and that will be informing my vote tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, any additional comments for discussion? If not, we may proceed with the vote.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote on item number 17. Councilmember Sanchez Palacios.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
No.
Councilmember Halter is recused. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Schrader.
Yes.
Mayor Rubalcava.
Yes.
5 ayes, and the motion carries.
All right, thank you. Our next item on the agenda is public communications.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have received 4 public speaker cards. Our first speaker of the evening is John Caravello, followed by Terrence Foley. Okay. Our next speaker then is Terrence Foley.
Madam Mayor, I had a quick point of order. I thought we had public comment when we had it in the beginning. We don't have it in the end, and vice versa.
Today is not the first Monday of the month, so we have public comment at the end. General public comment.
In addition to the public comment that we had in the beginning of the meeting.
We didn't have public comment at the beginning.
Okay, well, I'm very tired because I thought we did, so, sorry.
No worries. Mr. Foley, you may begin.
Great. Well, good evening. Thank goodness I don't feel I'm bringing a controversial issue in front of the council at this point. And there's a couple reasons here. I know that the consideration for the STVR ordinance and any modifications to it was on tonight's agenda and has been pushed off to the 10th of October. But just, I don't know what's going to be coming on the 10th. I have no idea what that hearing is going to be like. But before anything happens in between now and then, I'd like to on behalf of the Pierpont Bay Community Council, thank everybody who has kept this goal of the City Council to address STVRs during 2022, has kept it alive and kept it going. So when when City Manager Alex McIntyre said, Mr. Foley will probably celebrate this announcement that there's going to be a hold on new permits. Yeah, that's absolutely, even though I'm not good at conveying enthusiasm, it's been a great announcement for us. 6 years of saying, let's move forward. So that's been great. And so what I did was in representing the PBCC, got together and Mr. Gilly said to me, he said, Terry, he said, do me a favor, when you bring this stuff to me, instead of going out for an RFP and all that, he said, when you bring it in, be reasonable. So instead of bringing in 50 recommendations and demands, the Pierpont Bay Community Council brought in one. It has 4 facets, and predictably, they are density, proximity, administration, and the 4th one has to do with a limitation on how many STVRs per parcel, how many per owner. When the county drafted their STVR proposal, or their ordinance, they deliberately introduced language that prevented one entity from buying a block of homes, and because it would just throw things out of balance and make things very unfair for other people who wanted to have one STVR. And this was brought up recently by one of the tenants of the Casa del Pueblo, saying that he'd be real disappointed if he found out that he was displaced just so somebody could buy that building and make it into a block of short-term rentals. So we want to make sure that that provision was in there as well. So at this point, what we've done is we've drawn all our language from existing ordinances. All these provisions have been vetted, they've been honed, they've been compromised, they've been tuned, and they've been introduced into ordinances that are accepted by the Coastal Commission. And so our simple proposal is we're expecting it to be non-controversial. We're looking forward to the 10th. We have no idea what's going to happen, but in the meantime, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Spencer Noren. Spencer will be followed by Trevor Gottsman.
Thank you, Michael, Mayor, Council, City residents. Very interesting public comment coming from me right now, on the fly as well. So follow me, please. As I made my last statement about taking Mr. McIntyre to lunch and Mr. Akbar to lunch, Mr. Akbar was quickly come over to me in the back there and remind me that he also put his credit card on the table to offer to pay for lunch, which I thought was cool, which totally happened. He said he would pay next time we got together. I said, I never got a phone call. How come we never got together again? He said, we started to disagree on things. So we talked about Ventura Water, different things. But in that conversation, he must not have liked what I said as a Parks and Rec commissioner when I was standing up for the residents of Ventura and also the employees of the city. And that was that they had felt harassed and threatened by Director Nancy O'Connor. And staff had also told me to Google the name Nancy O'Connor in North Las Vegas. And if you do that, guess what you're going to find and you're going to see? The same things that I brought to you, Mr. McIntyre, same things that I brought to also Mr. Ali Khan, is that in North Las Vegas, she was accused and also under the things for giving harassment to employees with disabilities. Employees felt that same way about this staff here, Mr. Edgar Hernandez, okay? Also, now we know Mr. Tom Martin, former parks manager, going under certain stuff right now. Now, why is this important? Because Akbar didn't want to talk to me about what was going on then. He didn't want to talk to me in the future. We then know I was removed by the Parks and Rec Commission for multiple reasons, still to be untrue, and the investigation still not to be given to the public to find out why I was removed by the Parks and Rec Commission. Now, About maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, we heard this random voice come over the air. Not sure if anyone else heard that or not, but let's play that for you, okay?
I'm tired. But so.
Yeah, it's hard when you're, shoving stuff up people's ass.
Okay. That was the voice of our Parks and Rec director, Nancy O'Connor, at home, watching this meeting.
That's the ghost of Mom Barker.
Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again.
I apologize because I'm tired. But so.
Yeah, it's hard when you're, shoving stuff up people's ass.
Okay, one more time for what was on the public record. I would not normally do that, but it was said here in chambers. And that was Nancy O'Connor directing a comment towards Mr. Johnson about what he was going on, about his tough work. And at that same time, Mr. Ali Khan wanted to look over to Barry and whisper and laugh in Barry. That's what's happening in these chambers. That's why no one proves and trusts you guys, because this is how you talk about people when they're trying to prove points. Mr. Johnson's sticking up for the whole community today, and now we have staff behind doors saying things like that. I'm done. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Trevor Gottsman. Trevor, I'm going to bring you over now. Trevor, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I'm glad I am able to follow up, and tolerance is a wonderful thing, to be able to tolerate everything, and we need to be aware of what is out there, because when we got our head stuck in the sand and we're not aware, we don't know, and we think we know sometimes, or we're fearful. So it comes all back down to, and whether we agree with each other or not, this is the beauty of open, honest communication, and communication, speaking of which, plants and all creatures communicate, and we're all, as I spoke earlier, interconnected. But let's keep it simple. Let's just face each other, face the truth. I'm all for minimal, let nature rule. Let things work the natural way. Keep our hands off, like gardening, like composting. Let things take care of themselves. Let the experts, like the worms, like the creatures, give them what they need, facilitate. That's our job, is to help facilitate the growth. And every creature has its own destiny that we need to encourage it to follow. And so if we take a cue from Mother Nature and allow her to do, and all her creatures to do most of the work, but us to become aware of her. And this is our job, each of our jobs, to have the courage to be ourselves, to face and ask when we're not sure, and to find that balance, find that. Terence Foley beamed this evening. He is the light that we all can project, as difficult as he says it may be. This is what we're all here to do, is to follow what we believe in and do it passionately and love what we're doing it and use love. Love is the only way we operate. However we like each other, whether we dislike it, we know it because we dislike it. And that's how we maintain the peace. That's the balance. And the truth is eternal. And we've got boundaries. We can permeate those, but before permeating them, let's be aware, because we need to, there's osmosis. We need to have a healthy soil, a healthy ground, and we're part of this solution. So thank you very much for this wonderful evening, and let's keep working together. Much appreciated. Good night, everybody.
Okay, our final speaker this evening is Jonathan Poo. Jonathan, we're going to go ahead and move you over now, and you should be able to unmute yourself.
I'm ready to start, Council. My name is Jonathan Poo. You heard me speak earlier. I wanted to make a comment about hearing those words that came over in the chambers there that Mr. Noren brought up. Completely and utterly offensive just based upon everything. And now I'm not surprised that city council is not concerned about hate crimes happening in Midtown with somebody yelling the N-word at me and my 65-year-old mom. So take that for what it is. But I really hope you all can sleep well at night, knowing that you're just full of it. And the fact is, you're talking about integrity. Some of you have integrity. You reach out, you talk. But the reality is, many of you do have an agenda. And while you may only get paid $600 a month or whatever it is, you have a political agenda to push. And as somebody who grew up in Ventura and has a business in Ventura, provides jobs in Ventura, and was deemed non-essential by city council there, some of you, not all of you, because some of you weren't there at that time. And I could say, honestly, I talked with now the Board of Supervisor, Matt Lever, about some of the stuff, and I thought he was a great guy, and he said the same thing. Oh, I only get paid $600 a month. Come on, man, give me a break. Well, now he's Board of Supervisor member, and he's getting a six-figure salary from our taxpayer dollars. So I also want to remind you that you can look back on the record of this too. I asked for a break in my business license taxes in 2020 due to not being able to operate due to mandated shutdowns by the city. So I was told that I have to do my part to continue to pay taxes and be a good citizen and pay my taxes, because the municipal people, workers, need to be able to pay their family too, right? Be able to feed them. Well, I want to make a comment that little did I know I was helping pay for your filet mignon dinners and your $115 bottle of wine, whatever it may be. I also want to bring up the fact that if that was in fact paid back, the $115 bottle of wine, that would make it a personal expense. So I really do hope that is audited, whatever way you guys decide to chop that up and decide it may be. But I just want you to know that the whole town can tell that there's some of you on that board that are completely full of it. As a business owner, tribal native Hawaiian, a minority of minority, I see through it. Have a great evening.
That concludes our public speakers.
All right, and that concludes our meeting. We will adjourn this meeting